Masera. Masera.
My friends, welcome back to the Game Library, where we give a voice to the voiceless games. My name is Martin, and as ever, I would just like to start the stream off with a single question. For today's question of the day, I wanted to give indie games a little bit of love. So today's question of the day is, what is an indie game that you have a massive amount of affection for that you feel doesn't get enough love. And I would argue, even with indie games having way more sales than they ever have, they still don't get a lot of love on it. Genuinely speaking, in the press, for the most part, indie games do not get as noticed as AAA. Indie games have occupied a space that used to be filled with like AA titles like Dark Cloud and Marvel Ultimate Alliance and that sort of thing. But now, they're way more important than they've ever been, especially from an artistic design perspective. And I think that there's a lot of just Grim Chiefer, welcome in, just from the sheer volume of games that are put out every year. And yeah, like I think it was like 119,000 games in the last 10 years or something like that. Just 2025, I think it was like 20,000 games. It's an insane number, so there's no way that we're going to play them all. There's no way that we can physically pay attention to all of them, but through talking about them and having conversations, maybe we could turn each other on to some new games that we would really, really like. You know, if you're into Dragon Age, play this. If you're into Elder Scrolls, play this, sort of thing. By the way, guys, I have a new setup, so if it looks like my eyes are wandering much more than usual, my chat is still in the same place it's always been, but I've changed the orientation of my monitor. I was having a really hard time, especially when you guys would type out large paragraphs. I was really struggling to read everything, so I'm trying a new orientation. I've got this monitor now in a portrait orientation, and I've now got OBS up here. So if you see my eyes wander up here a little bit more than usual, that's because this is my OBS, and when I get a raid, I need to look up here. Eternal Raiders, welcome in, my friends. I should get my earbuds in so I can actually hear the damn music. The timing, R2, the timing. Absolutely perfect. Font Crimes, welcome in. Harold, welcome in, you magnificent bearded man. Eternal, of course, welcome in, R2. Oh, I was just talking about how my eyes are going to be wandering a lot more than usual because I now have this magnificent vertically orientated monitor so I can read much more chat than I used to be able to, and then I said, well, my eyes will wander up here because I still have my activity feed up this way and everything, and normally people aren't used to me looking up this way until the end of stream, so people might have had questions. Alright, with all that said, Raiders, welcome to the game library where we give a voice to the voiceless games. If none of you know me as of yet, most of you probably know me as of now, but for those of you that don't, my name is Martin. I'm a variety streamer who has a channel focused on video games history and the preservation of that history through experience. Today we're going to be playing some Witcher 1, the Enhanced Edition, but I normally start the stream out by just having a natter with you guys and talking about the news of the day and the question of the day, which is always posted at the top of chat. I love having conversations with you guys. That's honestly my favorite part about the streaming medium, is the conversations that we can have about our passions and the video games that we love. Eternal, what the hell were you playing, my friend? Let me see. Because you're streaming the retro category right now, but if I had to guess, knowing your schedule, you were playing some Hitman, were you not? Because I believe Monday is a racing game, and then Wednesday and Thursday are Hitman right now. Hitman Blood Money, okay. How are you liking it? Obviously, you're good at memory. Occasionally my brain works. It has been an absolutely hellacious week. Quinn has taken ill again, and I'm definitely struggling because she's keeping me up all night. She's on something called prednisone, which increases appetite and thirst, so even when she's not having issues, she thinks she is, so she's whining all night. I'm a very sleepy boy. Eternal said, we didn't raid. He would... If we didn't raid, he would treat us like an Argonian and more. As he should. As he should, Sheo. Yeah, no, so she's... I've explained it before, but I guess I'll talk about it a little bit again. Prednisone, yeah, so basically she has an autoimmune illness, and what's happening right now is her platelet count is really, really low. So she needs steroids in order to get the platelet count up. So she's on a steroid, she's on an antibiotic, she's on an immunosuppressant. It's a whole thing. So we're all just a bunch of Absolutely. Aren't we all? Except those of us who are Dunmers, of course. Hopefully she... it's been a thing with... I will stretch in a moment. So she's had this illness. It's called immune-mediated thrombocytopenia, for those of you who feel like speaking Latin. She's been struggling with this for, I want to say, 4 to 5 years now. It's been, like, the first time it happened, it was really, really scary, but now I'm just used to treating it. So she'll get better, she'll relapse, she'll get better, she'll relapse, and when she relapses, of course, it's still a struggle. I still have to medicate it and fight with her needs and everything like that, but luckily this time around it hasn't been as bad as in the past. There was, at one point, I needed to take her over to my parents' place every single day. I was up at 4 in the morning to drive to my parents' place to drop her off because she needed someone watching her and, administering meds and everything throughout the entire day. But this time around, the medication schedule is such that it's not as bad as it could be, so... Actually, I had a patient who came to our inpatient unit. She had steroid... Oh, good lord. Yeah, so Quinn, she had that once. So there was one instance where she just went batty. Like, just really aggro, and it was not fun. That was not a fun day. Oh, with your original character. Getting insulted, yeah, as a house cat every 5 minutes, but befriended by sweet Algira. Yeah. Muffin, welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. Again, sorry guys, I'm really not used to having this much chat in front of me. I'm not accustomed to this at all. I'm used to having a chat window like this big, and now it is this big. So, if it seems like I'm kind of struggling to read everything, it's because I am. Actually, let me see if I can raise the monitor, because right now, it's a lot lower than it used to be. So maybe that's part of my struggle right now. I'm having to look down a lot more than I used to. Ugh. There we go. That's, okay, that's maybe a little better. Slightly. Read it all books in the name of, just my head just... I can't do it. There's too many words. Can't stay long, but I thought you'd say Muffin. And by the way, guys, I forgot my manners. We got to talking. So, guys, if you have to raid and run, if you have to just chill out for the rest of the evening, please do not let me stop you. Get your food, water, your sleep, whatever it is you need. Please take care of yourselves, guys. Get your self-care in. It's super, super important. Sorry, I'm just trying to find Eternal's last reply on what... Because he said what he was thinking about Blood Money. Okay, you're loving Blood Money. Is this your first playthrough, though? Like, I can't remember if you've ever played the Hitman franchise before. It's a franchise that I've never touched. I've never really been super interested in the Hitman games, or really games of that kind, I must say. Like, the closest I've gotten is probably Thief, but other than that, it's been, yeah, I don't know. Kezi, welcome in! I hope you're having a good day, man. Holy crap, it's been too long. How's my favorite Fable lover? How are you doing, my friend? Sorry, your username was, like, really, really dark. I would highly recommend them. I think you would have a good time. Yeah, maybe at this point, I would have a good time. Prior to that, like, when I was watching them before, I couldn't really, I think it was just a gameplay loop I wasn't mature enough for at that point. And now it's gotten to the point where I think that I have a lot more appreciation for video games in general. And actually, I'd be really interested to know this. What are some video games that you guys, and I've talked about some on the channel, you know, Morrowind being one of the chief ones, I really struggled with on my first playthrough and just did not like. Is there any video game that you just did not like when you first played it, but then someone talked you into playing it again or something like that, and suddenly it became one of your favorite franchises? I'm so jealous. I got this custom printed. So, I just went on Etsy. So I ripped the game art from just a screenshot. I was playing on my 360 to my capture card on OBS, recorded everything, and then I just grabbed the art, sent it to printer on Etsy, and actually it wasn't that expensive. It was actually pretty cheap. It was like $70 Canadian for like a custom print. That, I feel like that's pretty good. So I don't know. I feel like you could find a local printer pretty cheap in your area. I don't think that would be too insane. That a new mic? You sounded like Thorons. This is a new mic, yeah. I retired the Rode, well, not retired, it's actually getting used more than ever, but I have a vocal booth now. I built myself a voiceover booth because I'm doing professional voiceover now. You know, right now I don't really have a ton of time between content creation, streaming, going to my actual job, and then voiceover. Like, there's a balance to this stuff, and I have not found it. I'm crashing and burning all of the time. It is a mess, but it is a mess that I welcome. It's a good problem to have. I really, really do enjoy the work that I get to do. Jordy, welcome in. I hope you're having a good day, my friend. Hope you're having a super good day. Metro 2030. Wow, I did not expect to see Metro. Takes the cake on my end. I first played after getting it through Humble Bundle. I was expecting a Fallout-esque like experience, but didn't get that. So you dropped it. And then a few years later, I picked it up after hearing appraisals about the Reduxes, and then it's become one of your favorites. That's crazy, because Metro is just a... Jerkops, welcome in. I hope you're having a good day, my friend. That is nuts, because I would say that the Metro games, like, even if you're expecting a Fallout-like experience, they're great games. They're absolutely excellent video games, so I am genuinely shocked. I am genuinely shocked. It is your first playthrough. The only one I played prior to streams was Hitman 2. I would highly recommend them. I've enjoyed them a lot more than I thought it would. Yeah, so that's kind of what prompted me to ask the question, because there's so many games that I'm revisiting at this point and finding out that it's, wrong game, wrong time kind of thing, or perhaps it's more apropos to say the right game at the wrong time for you. Again, Morrowind fits the bill in this regard. Oh, what's another good one? I really struggled with the 2D Zelda games. The, like Link's Awakening and stuff like that. I did not like them the first time I played them. Blood Omen. So I liked the 3D games, like I like Soul Reaver and stuff like that, but the PlayStation 1 game, Blood Omen Legacy of Kain, that was not an immediate first love for, that was not love at first sight at all. I really struggled with a lot of the dungeons in that game. Like, I wanted to love it. But it was tough. Oh, so I was saying, was there a game that you actually didn't like, but after a while, you decided to revisit it, or maybe someone prompted you to, and then you got back into it, and now it's one of your favorite games? Number one on that list, for sure, for me, is Morrowind. I wanted to love it. I tried it so many times, just again and again and again and again, and it wasn't until I played it on stream that it really, like, profoundly clicked. And then I started to just go, oh shit, wait, that's how the leveling system works. And then, like, all these tectonic plates started to align before my very eyes, and I was like, I love this game. This game is incredible. I'm an idiot.
Masera.
You know, I've tried to love this game for so long, and now it's finally happening. Triple, welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. Oblivion was the right game, wrong time for me, because I hadn't started PC gaming yet, and only had it on PlayStation. Replayed it recently through GOG, and man, that game is so much... that's nuts. So, okay, I played it on the 360. So the 360 was what I experienced Oblivion on. You played it on the PS3, and you didn't like it. What was it about the game that you didn't like? Because Oblivion is... I understand there's people that criticize it and dislike it at this point, but man, like, I struggle to imagine Oblivion being right game, wrong time for someone. That's incredible. Something about the... You know what? That's a good point. The PlayStation controller does not lend it... Like, keyboard and mouse for the Elder Scrolls feels a lot better. I've been playing it on keyboard and mouse. Maybe that's what did it for Morrowind for me. Because I played it on the original Xbox, and I've been playing a lot of original Xbox lately, so I was playing it on this. If you're wondering why I just have my Xbox controller back here, I've been playing a lot of Fable and a lot of Halo lately, and I played Morrowind on this. And I do go back and I play Morrowind on console, but it 100% feels so much better on keyboard and mouse. And OpenMW does help. I'm hands down enjoying Enhanced Vanilla Mod List. In my second playthrough of OpenMW, I upgraded to 51 to add more spells and new cool things to my... You know, that's the thing with Morrowind. Like, Tamriel Rebuilt, I had to mod the game. I had to. I didn't have a choice. Tamriel Rebuilt is normally baked into large mod packets, and I don't like modding games as, like, generally speaking, I do not like modding games. Daggerfall has kind of softened my thoughts on modding as of late, but I still prefer to play a game in vanilla if I can help it. Sorry it's off topic, but did you watch State of Play yesterday, and did you see anything you liked? Wolverine. I love the X-Men. From Marvel Comics, the Hulk and X-Men are probably my favorites. My dad had, when I was a kid, and we still have this collection, by the way, but he had a huge box of comics from like the 70s and the 80s. So I used to read just old comic books. I used to go to vintage stock when I lived in the States, and I used to read lots of the comic books, and X-Men was one of my favorites. Wolverine in particular, I felt, especially because I was living in the States at the time, Wolverine being Canadian really... It felt like I was getting, and this totally wasn't the case, but it felt like I was getting a little bit of home from that. Unfortunately, I do need to raid and run. Bed calls me and have to work tomorrow. Have a wonderful stream, friend. I hope to catch up with you soon. Eternal, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much for trusting your community here. It's much love, man. Guys, if you have not yet followed Eternal Arcade, he is a brilliant streamer, good friend of the community. He plays games from the 90s, 2000s, and early 2010s, relives the golden years of gaming, as he likes to say, takes trips down memory lane, just like we do here, loves some old games, and he's just great to talk to. He's a great place to just hang up your hat and just have an adder for a little while. I'm gonna say that my game is a weird one. Battle Block, the Audi tried to get me to play that, okay. It was equally weird and a lot of fun to play with a friend, and it opened me up to 2D side-scrolling platform. Interesting. So, okay. Dragon, I'm learning something about you right now. So 2D platformers, what is your favorite? I'd be very curious to know. Like, we're getting into some Dead Cells. My favorite side-scrolling games are... I love Kirby. I absolutely adore Kirby. Just the character, and when I was a kid, I didn't actually know Kirby was a video game character. So Kirby had a TV show on Teletoons and 4Kids, I believe. Teletoons was the Canadian channel. But I think 4Kids, that was the WB network, and yeah, that would have been the channel for the US. So Kirby would play on the weekends, and I loved the show when I was a kid. I absolutely loved it. And then one of my friends said, oh yeah, Kirby's a Nintendo character. There's video games, you can play Kirby. I was like, no way. So I have great memories of Nightmare in Dreamland on my SP. I would play the crap out of that game on my SP, and it was it was love at first sight. It's so late here. I hope you all get some rest. Oh, you're heading out, Sheo. Sheo, thank you so much for hanging out. It's great to see you. Yeah, I am going to be needing some rest tonight. It's been an absolutely hellacious week. I've been operating all week on like 4 hours of sleep. I have to, like, life goes on. Dog is sick, I gotta deal with it. And this weekend I'm going to sleep very, very well. Friday is a half day for me though. So at work right now, we're working 4 9s and a half day. So on Friday, I get to come home early, I get to take a little snooze, and then I get to stream, which is... Double Dragon was the bomb, and I feel like people have forgotten that IP. Ninja Gaiden gets a lot of discussion, but nobody ever brings up Double Dragon anymore. Interesting. I posted a link in Games General Chat. I think you'll really enjoy it. It relates to your channel very well. Here, let's take a look then. You said Games General Chat? Let's take a boo. No, links are allowed on the Discord. I just prefer they're not in chat. So let's see. No clip. Oh, wow. So what am I... This looks like a database, Kezi. What am I looking at here? So the site is called NoClip, and it looks like a database. It's a website where you can no-clip around game levels in your browser. Dark Souls, GTA, San Andreas. Interesting. Yeah, if you select a game, then select a level, you can fly around. Oh, okay, so it's not like you're playing the game, but you're navigating the level. So, like, it's like you're in Halo Forge mode type thing, and you're just kind of perusing the environment and everything. That is really cool. I did not know that existed. Wow. I'm gonna have to check that out. Here, I'm gonna bookmark this in my browser here so that I don't lose it. Okay, perfect. There we go. Okay, perfect. Double Dragon. I'm gonna try. Is that on? You know what? I have a feeling that might be on GOG. So let's take a look, shall we? And if not, I'll give it a Google. Double Dragon Trilogy. Okay, so it is on GOG. It's on PC. Oh, so it's like it's like an old NES side-scrolling beat 'em up. You know, the crazy thing about these side-scrolling beat 'em ups, yeah, it's on GOG. It's 80% off. It's $1.65. The whole trilogy. And if it's on GOG, it will 100% run on your modern machine. 100%. Yeah, so just go into GOG, good old games, and it's right there. It's right there. And it looks like it's co-op supported. Yep. Oh, it's local co-op. Okay, so it's local co-op. But it says it has multiplayer support, so what? I'll have to look into that. So, Double Dragon. Double Dragon. Because after Harold, Eternal, and I beat Halo, we were kind of mulling over what games to play next on like a group stream, and we were kind of shooting a bunch of different titles at each other, just thinking about a bunch of different things that we would like to play. And honestly, if Double Dragon supports lots of multiplayer, that might be the ticket. That might be the ticket. By the way, Jerk Ops, 40 streams. 40 streams, holy crap. It's almost like you like the stream. It's almost like you enjoy spending your time here. Thank you, my friend, thank you. So, interesting. I think that the reason, having looked at the game and knowing what kind of game it is, I think that there are a lot of games of that genre, like the 2D beat 'em up. You know, Streets of Rage, Warriors, Double Dragon. A lot of Ninja Turtles games also used this modality. I think that genre is kind of dead. I haven't... You guys might know better, but the Metroidvania genre really saw a resurgence, especially after Hollow Knight. We have a lot of RPGs, especially like Scrolls-style RPGs, kind of making an ascension right now. You've even got weird games like Fate Keeper, which is kind of a Dark Messiah kind of situation coming to the forefront. And it's kind of wild that so many genres are seeing revival, but the 2D side-scrolling beat-em-up isn't. That is actually very interesting to me. Triple coming in with an answer to the question of the day. Hammerwatch, a hack-and-slash ARPG similar to Diablo. Very underrated in my opinion. Anniversary Edition includes all DLC. Okay. Let's take a... Is that GOG or Steam? Here, I'll just check both. I can just check both. But if it's underrated, it's 100% on GOG. Yep, there it is. Ooh. But it's like old school. You know what this reminds me of? This doesn't remind me of Diablo at all. This reminds me of Gauntlet. Especially if there's multiplayer, this reminds me of Gauntlet. And Gauntlet is actually a really underrated franchise as well. Especially if you're looking to have fun with friends, if you're looking to just dungeon crawl for, isometric dungeon crawl for hours on end, Gauntlet is a must play for you guys. Ghost lore. Just the name sounds like it's my speed. Oh, that one is not on GOG. Interesting. Okay. Let's see if we can find that one on Steam. So, Ghost Lore. Oh, there it is. Now, this does remind me of Diablo. Oh, this is wishlisted immediately. What the oh my god. Yeah. My kind of game. Oh, hell yeah. Ghost Lore is an East Punk action RPG where you fight supernatural monsters from Southeast Asian folklore. Inspired by classic RPGs such as Diablo 2 and Titan Quest, Ghost Lore features detailed item and character customization systems, procedurally generated maps, and awesome 90s retro graphics. This looks absolutely incredible. Banana, welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. You've always leveled... there is a charm to everything. I think that graphically speaking, we are going to remember, and you guys might have a different opinion than this, but graphically speaking, I think we're going to remember this current era of video games as the hyper-realism era. I think we're seeing a pendulum swing in the other direction right now. I think hyper-realism, now that we're capable of it, is always going to exist in some capacity. Especially within the AAA space, but I think that everything kind of homogenizes to an extent when you lean too hard into hyper-realism, and I think that what people are at least rhetorically asking for, I think that there's a lot of people that don't know what they want, and they're just they're saying things just so they can say things, but a lot of the conversations I'm seeing, especially with titles like Mouse PI for Hire, Silk Song, titles with really, really strong artistic direction, those games, I think, are going to start swinging the pendulum. And it's not that, again, it's not that we're going to stop seeing hyperrealism, it's that we're going to be seeing it a lot less frequently, because I think that AAA, they're going to have to at least somewhat cater to what we're talking about, even if even if it's just a bunch of noisy people that aren't being entirely serious, I think that they have to be treated like they are. And I don't think that's entirely a bad thing. I think that leaning back into art style and even going kind of retro with stuff, you know, as Triple said, 16-bit style, 64-bit style, like an Octopath Traveler, Ghost Lore, you know, that sort of situation. I think that we're going to get more interesting games that way. We're going to get games that suit more people. I saw one, I think Conan and I share an affection for this game. And Eternal, I actually got turned onto this game by Eternal, who rated us earlier. And that is Gloomwood. So, Gloomwood is one of those games that really leans into a certain artistic style that is meant deliberately to evoke very specific games. Now, some people might call this lazy. I think that when it is a choice, it's not lazy. You know, they knew what they were doing. They knew what they were trying to evoke emotionally with the graphics and the presentation of that title. And I love it. Like, it makes me think of Thief and Bloodborne had a baby. And that is just so bloody cool. So bloody cool. Taffer King, the lead dev, has their heart out for Thief, and the game shows it. Yeah, 100%. And I think that is okay. You know, we constantly, at least rhetorically on the internet, and of course, you know, the internet is it exemplifies all the wrong things about us sometimes. And I think what's really unfortunate about these conversations is that this kind of stuff does get called lazy and derivative. I'm one who thinks that, honestly, there is no such thing as an original idea, and there hasn't been for a really long time. It's about taking themes that are recognized as good and playing with them. You know, just taking something and just trying to remold it a little bit, you know, just tweaks here and there. And that's how you get really, really cool shit. You know, 3D action-adventure games like The Witcher 3 can trace their lineage all the way back to Ocarina of Time. You know, are we going to call those derivative? And you might say, well, no, because there's enough differences there. But that's kind of my point, is that go back far enough and it was derivative. But the industry was young enough and we were willing to have a play with these things. And especially with the rise of likes, you know, roguelikes, roguelites, Scrolls-lights, Souls-lights. They sound too similar. Like, light. I got a light. But these games are trying to take what FromSoft did, and they're trying to do something cool with that. And I think that should be celebrated. It should not be derided as, no, of course, there's cash grab games. There's stuff that is incredibly derivative, but we can relegate that to shovelware and enjoy it for what it is. Half the time, those games are only like $30 anyways. You know, the devs know what they made. But with stuff like Lies of P, yeah, it's a Souls-like, but it's one of those games that really took on a life of its own within that modality. And what we're eventually going to see is we are going to see smaller developers take the FromSoft formula, and they're going to just start absolutely running away from FromSoft with it. And I think that's cool. I think that that is a good thing. That pushes FromSoft to be better, that pushes indie devs to be better, and you should make stuff you like. If you like Souls games, and you want to lean into that, you should do that. So, us as the consuming public, I think that we need to check ourselves a little bit when we say stuff about these things. Hell, Blood West is another Thief-inspired game, but it's mixed with Thief and Stalker, and it's so neat. Funnily enough, they recently dropped a roguelike DLC with characters with stellar VAs like Gabriel from Ultra Kill, or Shodan, or Caleb from Blood. Yep, Caleb from Blood. That's a game that's been on my wish list for a long time. I haven't played it yet, but the moment I saw the trailer for Blood West, I was like, I have to play this. My backlog is insane. Actually, I'm going to look at my Steam's wish list right now, because I'm actually curious how huge it actually is. So let's look at, what do we have here? My wish list is currently 441 games. 441. The backlog is real, folks. The backlog is real. Speaking of backlog, and speaking of not playing the game, let's open up The Witcher. And now that I've got a bigger chat, I can just play this game in full screen without guilt. So let's... It really doesn't like being tabbed out of, unfortunately, but hopefully that is less of a problem now. There we go.
Masera.
Mood about backlogs. I think is there any gamer at this point, is there anyone that does not have a backlog of like 300 games? Like, I genuinely don't think that's real. I don't think that those people exist. Oh, my game froze for a second there. That's a little bit scary. That is slightly frightening. You're still chewing through... Chewing is a good word. It's just that... It's that one piece of steak that you just can't quite get soft enough to swallow. Okay, now... Let's hop into the game, shall we? Oh. Okay, we have my mouse, but we don't have the game. Okay! One moment, guys. There we go. Okay. So last we were here, we were on Black Turn Island, and I think I inadvertently... Well, not inadvertently, I wanted to beat the quest, but... The final fight of Chapter 4, I think I got through. So, we are now on Blackturn Island, and I saved my game at the end of stream, where I think we were trying to find the Lady of the Lake, who is currently hanging out right there. Now, we have some other areas on Blackturn Island that we do have to find. So there was a Naiad who had a necklace here. Some bandits took it, apparently. So, I'm thinking I want to have a quick little run around the island. Ah, yes! The blood bovine. So I want to have a quick run around the island and see... Whoa, my... Okay, there's a basilisk. Hi.
Nerevar, the Argonians stole my McNuggets!
Not the McNuggets! Oh. Oh, can't jump over them. He's interrupting me too much. Okay, I think that took him down. Okay, yeah, he's down. Interesting. So this is the first enemy I've fought that's actively interrupting my attack sequences. Interesting. Oh, okay. Wait. Necro! How are you, my friend? Hope you're having a good day. Oh, don't have enough room for ornithosaur eyes. I should dump this stuff. Frightener's eye. That would... Oh, God, what do I want to get rid of here? Oh, you forgot to tell me about your recent purchase. I have a signed copy. Oh my God. You got a signed copy. Where did you meet Molyneux? Where did you meet Molyneux? That's awesome, Kezi. That is absolutely awesome. Oxenfree, such great dialogue, OST, and interesting story. A diamond in the rough. You sing that game's praises at every opportunity. I have to play it. I simply have to play it. I've written it down on my notes at least a dozen times. It is on my wish list. But I'm just gonna write it down again. Hopefully one day I get to play it. I bought it from an ex-social media manager for a UK game company who met him and got 2 signed. Ah, there you go. It's not so much the ownership that's the issue, Necro. Like, I have the funds. It's simply that the schedule is so, like, we're backed up. I've got The Witcher 1, I've got The Witcher 2, I've got The Witcher 3, I've got Baldur's Gate 1 that we gotta beat. We're close to beating Witcher 1 and Baldur's Gate 1, but then I'm getting into Baldur's Gate 2, and maybe even Baldur's Gate 3. We'll see how that goes. But it's like there's so... Like, I feel like I'm booked for the year with that catalog. But I will say we do have a free spot, currently Assassin's Creed Rogue, but that is a rather short game. And after that, you know, either we go back into Dead Cells or, you know, we have another game put into the schedule. Which I'm thinking maybe we have another game put into the schedule because I would like to try and beat more games than I did last year. I would really like to try and get through some more games. Do I ever stream Fable 2 and 3? I have not yet. The plan, eventually, I'm trying to get more into, like, series, like we're doing with The Witcher, like we're doing with Baldur's Gate. So, I've played Fable many, many times on stream, but I've never done 2 or 3. 3 would actually be a rather interesting one to stream, considering its reputation. I think that we would have a lot of very interesting conversations playing Fable 3. And actually, now that we're talking about it, I don't hate the game. I don't hate Fable 3. There's lots of charm in that game. There's lots to love. It's just there's equal amounts to not love. I was meaning to DM you regarding the poll you put out for Witcher 2. You think it would be worth redoing it with an ad for everyone? Because there was a lot of people who voted on. So, I don't know how this works. When I put out a poll, do you guys get directly notified that a poll has been put out? Or do you guys want notifications when I do a poll? Because it sounds like a lot of people don't hear about the poll unless I go, like, hey, we're doing a poll. We're having a conversation about this. So we got the Dagon secretions, we got Suent mushroom, Crow's eye. Maybe Shadow dust. Abomination lymph. I feel like Ganat's... Pardon me. I feel like Ganat's acid would be the one a little bit easier to get rid of, but... it's dependent on one's notification set. Ah, I see. So someone could have the server entirely muted, at which point you'd have to do an add everyone or an add poll. Ah, I see. Gotcha. So I might have to start doing that then. Okay, so we did get some basilisk hides, which will help us complete that one quest. We have the Kikimora Queen's Nerve. Okay, I'm going to leave these. I think we'll have to visit an inn at one point. What do we have here? Oh! What is this? We have a moon rune. Increases sensitivity to silver. Let's draw the sword and get moving here. So ads are going to be dropping in a few minutes, guys. I will be availing myself of ad breaks today because like I was explaining at the start of stream, my pup is not doing so good health-wise right now. And I need to make sure she's not having accidents in the house because of the medication she's taking. Right, do I feel like taking on a royal wyvern right now? Like, you're happy to see whichever port of The Witcher 2 you play, but there was only, 10 people, yeah. So, I'll try and redo that. I think that is reasonable. Oh, it's interesting. So why am I... This never happened during combat before. I'm being actively interrupted. I wonder if the game is glitching out a little bit. Because I do not remember combos getting interrupted so frequently. Let's see if it happens with this guy. Yeah, it's happening with every single one of them. I wonder if I just have, like, a negative... Yeah, it's like, even when my timing is correct, it's... Yeah, like, I do think that, at the end of the day, the polls, you know, the people who want to contribute do. You know, there are some people who do not come to the community to do any sort of polling. Oh, shit. Alright, this might have bit off more than I can chew here. Oh yeah, definitely bit off more than I can chew here. Interesting, I wonder if I have to reload my game here. Here, let's pop a swallow, see if we can avoid imminent death. Just immediately die. Alright, let's load our game. Let's see if that helps. I find it curious that we were struggling so much with the combat there. I'm not saying I'm the best at fighting in The Witcher, but I'm not that bad. So, the Naiad's necklace, where would I find that? On Blackturn Island. Right, let's go try and fight this guy again. I want to see what happens. Yeah, it's still happening. There we go. Okay, I've broken the curse. Haha! Great success. I had to, that was so... yeah, it was. You are right, it was. Yeah, I wonder what the issue was. Because my timing was exactly the same. That's so weird. Just Geralt casually passing out after taking his literal health regen potion. Yeah. Okay, but how often has that happened in your RPG? Jargen Flagen, welcome in. And I will always say your name like that because it's fun. It's fun to say your name like that. How are you doing, my friend? I hope that the day is well. I hope that the week has been good. What are you up to, my friend? Okay, so we have another chest over here. Okay, so we have some more gutted fish. Interesting. Okay, so there's nothing really to visit over there. So I feel like these wyverns are guarding something. So let's, now that I'm hopefully not getting interrupted every time I attack, I can actually beat this crowd of wyvern. Okay, let's bait the small ones. Ooh, that was very nice. There we go. Oh. Alright. Health potion. Do not die immediately after taking it this time, sir. Thank you very much. Perfect. That's going a lot better now. I was just kind of taken aback by the amount of people tuning into this particular... so how do you mean, Dragon? Like this particular stream, or... Not sure what you mean. I know, I will say this. I've been really... I think that the reason that the Witcher streams have been maybe doing a little bit better, Baldur's Gate as well, is that they're first-time playthroughs. And I am just enjoying the crap out of them. Like, I'm having genuinely so much fun with these games, and I think that... Not to say that I wasn't with Morrowind, but I think it's a lot more common for Morrowind to get streamed, and it's a lot more common for Morrowind to have first-time experiences, whereas I think that the people who tend to stream The Witcher, and the people who tend to stream Baldur's Gate, those are people who... Let's be completely fair, absolutely love these games a lot more than other franchises, and they have a particular experience with these games as well. They do challenge runs and that sort of thing, but how do you mean, how am I? Like, what is my take on first-person shooters, or what is my skill level on first-person shooters? Because depending on the intent of the question, the answer varies drastically. So, as far as first-person shooters go, one of my favorite genres of all time. I cut my teeth on the Dark Forces franchise, which is single-player first-person shooter. Dark Forces was an old-school shooter. Jedi Knight was an old-school shooter. Even Jedi Academy and Jedi Outcast had shooter aspects to the game. They were actually interesting because they were a combination of third-person, like, fighting games, like adventure combat, and first-person shooting. So, those were the games that I cut my teeth on when I was young, and it kind of ingrained a love for that genre in me. And then I got introduced to, of course, Doom and Quake and Halo. Even the early Call of Duty games, like everybody loves to shit on Call of Duty now. I'm sorry. The early Call of Duty games were absolutely incredible. That franchise sits where it does today because of those early games. So, you know, obviously, let's criticize the modern games. Criticism where criticism is due. But do not shit on the memory of the early titles. Sniper Alley is an iconic level. It is absolutely iconic. It is infuriating, but it is iconically infuriating. It's yeah, Call of Duty 1 through, like, honestly, up to World at War, I feel like nobody really complained about Call of Duty. It was just getting better and better and better. Mount Carbon Dwarven Axe. Interesting. So that replaces my torch. Well, I don't want to replace my torch. Give me my torch back. I like my torch. One sec. Come on, I want my torch. Big blood bovine, get out of the way. No, it's been lost. All right. That's fine. We can normally find torches rather easily. So where's that necklace? Let's take a look at our journal here. The heat of the day, the paths of destiny. The Lady of the Lake has asked me to talk to Berengar. Okay, so we should go do that. We need to collect 3 basilisk hides, so we need to take down another basilisk. One more. So let's, identity. Old habits die hard. Drowners on the riverbank. Let's tell the Lady of Dagon's death. Body of Priest. It's Elven. Armor. Okay, so is that not a quest anymore? Dragon! You take that back. I will not sully the big blood bovine. How dare you? How dare you? Never in my life have I heard such ridiculousness. So, Jerkops, I hope that answers your question, pardon me. That's right, I'm trying to get rid of my North Americanisms, but the and fur keep coming up. Instead of saying the or the, I'm saying the. Hearing my words. That is frightening. No. The answer is no. But, Jerkops, I'd be interested in your perspective on first-person shooters. I know that there's a lot of people, especially within the RPG community, there are a lot of people that... I don't think it's because they necessarily think of them as bad games. I think it is simply... There's a lot of people that consider them games that are quote-unquote not for them. Which, of course, is fair enough. But I think that... Especially from a games preservation perspective, I think that I've taken it upon myself to at least attempt to enjoy a litany of genres. I'm trying to enjoy as many things as I can. I'm trying to see as many things as I can. The one type of game that I've really been struggling to enjoy in a meaningful way, I would say a lot of the early text-based adventure games. The text-based adventure genre, when it's good, it is fantastic. It is so bloody interesting. But when it's bad, I mean, you're essentially reading a book with some interactive steps, right? So, when those interactive steps are not at all compelling, it's really hard to really dig in with the same for, like, at least with a video game, you can lean into mechanics and graphics and stuff like that. You have nothing to hide behind with a text-based adventure game. You really don't have anything to hide behind. So it's super important that you have the game absolutely dialed. Okay, so where would the campfire be? Because I would like to rest. Looks like right up there. We do have some new talents, so I would like to invest in that a little bit. Oh, what do we have here? So I've got 2 bronze. Do have some dexterity. So that gives us some... resistance to bleeding, stone skin, knockdown resistance, survival instinct. Oh, so I get increased damage when I'm bleeding. Okay. So we have been leveling up Ard a little bit. Because I'm making a lot more use of my signs. Ingredient extraction. Sign intensity is increased. Sign duration. Bomb preparation. I feel like fast silver might be nice too, though. We're fighting a lot more monsters now. Yeah, like I'm really not fighting with my steel weaponry at all. Okay, I'm going to put 1 into strong silver and fast silver. Yeah, we're gonna do that. And then I'll do flash cuts, and I will do... Okay, so we have all of these. Might as well just do critical hit. And then we can make some potions. I did make a bunch of cat, so I think we're okay there. But making some swallow would be a good idea. And you know what? I'm going to make a little bit more cat. I'm going to make a little bit more. Now, let's meditate until midnight. You enjoy a number of single-player FPS games. Usually it's about the audio-visual feedback. Oh, shit. Holy crap. Alright, well, good thing I leveled up my combat. Okay, let's get surrounded by these guys so that we can actually do some work here. Okay. A little bit more swallow. Maybe it was a status effect when I couldn't get my combos off. I didn't think of that. There's my combo. So I will be getting access with level 3 silver. I should be getting access to way better combos. Okay, let's do a little bit of healing quick. Do not feel like dying right now. Especially right after leveling up. I thought they're just ignoring my cow. Eat the cow! That's what she's there for. There we go. Okay, perfect. I will say, other than getting that set up through many fixes, if you use personal account on Windows with your whole name, quick save by default, save your account. Oh, your account name for stock. So, okay, wait. Save your account name. So is Stalker an online integrated game? Your save has online integrations? I didn't know that about the game. I assumed it was, well, actually, okay, that's fair. I think that all games, even when they're quote-unquote single player, they all have online integrations of some sort. So, that's actually par for the course. That was foolish of me to say. It shouldn't have, yeah. I agree. I think that a single-player game should not require online interaction. But, with that said, and I think most single-player gamers would actually take this trade-off, I think that if you're going to say no online interaction, you do have to be okay with the trade-off of no such thing as hotfixes. So the game is the game, period. Now, I think that hotfixes are actually fantastic. I think that a lot of people complain that it's like, well, it's an excuse to not have a good game on release, basically. And I think that that statement comes from a genuine place. I don't think that it's entirely wrong. Devs feel like they can push product a lot faster because, okay, we'll just hotfix it. But I think that ultimately, where I land on it is... Oh, no, it's not. You save your account name. Oh, I see. Gotcha. As in, the game doesn't have any online components aside from the optional and completely dead multiplayer. Ah, I see. Me just going on a meaningless rant then. Don't mind me. Okay, so let's save our game, because we did get enough basilisk hides now. So with the basilisk hides, let's... I'm scared to end the chapter is my only problem. If this is actually the end of my chapter, I don't want to screw myself. I played the first Stalker game. I have not played the second one. I heard the second one is... Well, is the second one out? That's another question. Oh, wait, whoa, 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 whoa. I need a sound for this. Sorry, jerk-ops. I waited a whole bloody 5 minutes. You did a game pick. My friend. Second game pick in the channel's history. What would you like to see? I see. Oh, you want me? Okay, you want me to play Stalker. I need to add a sound to that. I do apologize. That went right over my head. See, this is the problem. I have my activity feed right here. I have my chat right here. I think I need to move my activity feed. Alright. If you want me to pick another one, No! That is your pick. It is your pick. So, alright. Stalker. Shadow of Chernobyl it is. We do have some other games to get through. But, once we beat Assassin's Creed Rogue, I will add Stalker, the Shadow of Chernobyl. Okay, I do have a save. Okay, fine. We'll talk to the Lady of the Lake.
Yes?
I killed Dagon.
In gratitude, I will part the curtain of mists, allowing you to recall something of your past abilities.
Thank you, milady.
Use my gift wisely.
So what does that give me? What does that mean? Do I get a level up? Nimloth, welcome in. You have definitely arrived at an interesting time. Okay, so that did not put us into
Hey, chat,
the
welcome
next
to
chapter.
Books Lately.
Welcome in, Nimloth. Actually, okay. I haven't had a scotch in a while. I low-key want to have a scotch tonight. It's been a long week. I feel like a good scotch might hit this evening. This is Geralt's prize bovine. Honestly, I would not be mad if the cow just followed me for the rest of the game. Okay, let's talk to the priest. There's Alvin. How are you? I'm damn tired. We just released the final deal. Okay, Nimloth, if you could DM me, that would be awesome. I would like to know what your game is, and I would like to check it out, if I can. I would like to support, is what I'm trying to say. What are you talking about, this cow? It is my prized, big blood bovine. I love this cow. But I am also tired. Quinn is sick, still, and the treatment is taking, but she's turned into a bit of a beast. Not going to lie. Okay, the Vaudian priest is not here right now. Hey, you got my number, Nimloth. You've got my number. Okay, let's see.
I know everything. Ask me.
And I probably played right through ads like a ditzy.
Take care.
Okay. So let's go have a chat with Julian. we have enough basilisk hides that we can turn in that quest, and then we also have the head of the Vognian priest that we can turn in, so we can make a bit of money. That would be nice. But what is, So I am now a skilled witcher, whatever that means. But the Lady of the Lake said I would be able to recall more of my past abilities. I thought there were two of them. Where's the other one? Bovine, did you eat the other wyvern? Okay, he still has just crappy loot. Find the local elder, challenge him to a game of Gwent. Rulership of the village, win. Find another village, challenge the elder there too. Build your empire. I would. If it's anything like the dice in this game, I would love some Gwent. Actually, I do have to, in the plains with the Noon Wraiths, there's someone to play some dice with. I think I'm going to play a bit of dice tonight. It's an oddly addictive little side game. Actually, question for you guys. Apart from the question of the day. What is a kind of mini game within your game? What is the best one that you've played? What is your favorite mini game within your game? Because I gotta say, Dice in Witcher 1, that's up there. That is absolutely up there. I know that, a lot of people hate it, but in Mass Effect 2, to farm resources, you had to basically aim your probe. It was a really boring, like, I recognize that it was not the most enthralling minigame ever, but I have very fond memories of that minigame and playing it. The music of Mass Effect is very just calming. It's very, very calming. So I would, basically the way that my dad and I would play Mass Effect, my dad sucks at controller-based video games, and we were playing on the 360. So what we would do is I would play basically the game, and then my dad would play the minigame. My dad would probe for resources and everything, so whenever we would find planets and everything like that, I would just hand the controller off to my dad, and then we would just... I had someone else there, so we could just have a conversation while we probed for resources on the planet and made our ship stronger, which was awesome. It was so fun. And it wasn't just making the ship better. You got upgrades for your weaponry, you got upgrades for your metagel.
Can I help you?
There was so much that you could do.
May I help you?
The crunchy scanning sound, yeah. It just tickled the back of my brain. I was just like, ah. It's amazing. I missed an extra question. What is your favorite minigame in games?
Got any rooms?
5 orens.
Alright, let's take a little breather. Rest until day. Alright, now we find Julian.
Geralt?
I'm here about the notice.
I'll buy any basilisk hides you have. Reptile skin shoes are in fashion in Vizima, you know.
I have 3 hides.
Let me have a look. Undamaged? Excellent. Here's your reward.
I know how to send Alina's soul away.
Do what's necessary. Come back when it's all over. I don't feel like talking now.
Farewell.
Interesting. Okay, so I have to finish this quest before I can speak to the Vognian priest and Julian. At least that's what it feels like. Okay. Interesting. So we have a place of power. That's the Naiad's bathing spot. Oh, okay, so this is where that mini quest is. So I'm gonna throw you guys a bone this stream. We'll get the Naiad's card. Because I know how much you love your cards. Outside the dice and Gwen from the Witchers, the dice game from Kingdom Come Deliverance, probably 1/5 of my game time is dice. No, I don't have a problem. Alright, so the Naiad's bathing spot is right down here somewhere. And I think the Naiad said bandits took it, if I'm not mistaken, so I think we'll be in for a fight. And we do have enough money now, so I do want to accumulate some books so that we can figure out what some of these unknown ingredients are. Okay, we are very close. What is this? That looks important. Do I have the necklace? Let's see. Wheel, welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. Witcher time again already. Yes, every Wednesday on the schedule, provided life does not life. If you want schedule updates, here, I will just... Oh, game doesn't like being tabbed out, so I might have to restart the game. Here, so we got exclamation point Discord. So that is a link to the Discord wheel. If you... Okay, is the game... Oh, okay, perfect. We love it. We love to see it. Ooh, actually, you know what I'm gonna do? Because I've been missing so many activity feed notifications, I am... Yeah, so last week's schedule was a bit messed up as well, due to the fact that... So we're just going to do that so I can get my mouse back briefly. And then... just going to grab this and I'm going to bring it over here. That'll be much better. Then we can go back to full screen. Yeah, so last week's schedule got messed up because I was working ridiculous shifts, essentially. I had to be up at 3 in the morning every single day, so I had to cancel the streams just for my own physical health. I was just not able to sustain the schedule. So I normally do Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Unfortunately, last week, and frankly speaking, the schedule's been hard to sustain because during the day, I work as a plumber. I'm in the skilled trades, so I have a lot of demand on my schedule from that job. But in addition to that, my dog has gotten sick recently, so the schedule is in a significant amount of flux. I do not hide that. Ben 10 type, not a Ben 10 type plum. I wish I was that cool. I wish I was that cool. No, I just have to manually sling pipe into the air right now. And This project is cast iron, so I am damn tired when the job is done. Whew. It is a lot. It is a lot. Okay, now, let's see. Back to full screen so we can now resume our game. So, this is interesting. So we've got... I've got herbs, but I don't have anywhere... Don't have anywhere nearby to go. I believe this is also where the Drowner attacked Alvin. Okay, got a giant centipede. Oh, the arm wrestling man. You know what? You know what? I think I know my favorite minigame. I think I know my favorite minigame. Fable. Blacksmithing. I absolutely adored making my money in the game that way. And, like, unironically, I know it infuriated some people, but I really enjoyed getting up to, like, a really high level in Fable 2 and 3, doing a bit of blacksmithing. It was, like, my absolute favorite. Almost. There we go. Okay, he's toast. So where do I find... Where do I find the... What was that? Sorry, I'm just locking in. I'm trying to figure out why that sound effect went off. I thought I saw my medallion shake. I'm just trying to find the Naiad's necklace. So we're in the bathing area that the Naiad referenced, but I cannot find the item. The only downside was FPS couldn't keep up with the speed the circuit was going. Yes, which is why it was infuriating. But I still managed to get up to like level 10 in those. So I must have it because I took everything off of that Drowned Dead. So I must have it. You're talking about the Drowned Dead. I believe this is where Alvin got attacked. And I slew a Drowned Dead in the area. Or perhaps it's just incidental that that was the case. And I'll have to rest for the evening. It didn't look named. It looked like it was just a regular Drowned Dead. Okay, let's try and talk to Julian. Because I would really like to turn in the Vaughnian priest head as well. It's bleeding all over my hip. I hate it. And... I think that... Oh, no, wait. Yeah, no, chapter 5 is where we get the rest of the armor. I was going to say maybe we can try and find some crypts as well. But I believe all that is locked to chapter 5.
Geralt?
Yeah, he's got nothing for us. Okay, now... Let's talk to the innkeeper. You have to kill multiple groups of drowners to spawn Zephyr, the special Drowned Dead. Ah, I see. Okay.
One thing.
Yes?
Okay, now let's... We have a lot of ingredients. So let's just clear up a bunch of space, because we're getting some really high-level stuff now. And I would like to clear some space for it. No. Put that rune away. The wyvern meat away. The gutted fish away. We'll keep the flint. Okay, that should clear up quite a bit of space. Okay. Now let's rest for the night. We're also going to have to, I think that...
Your mother sucks dwarf cock.
Every time. I think that the fighter that we have to fight to get to the next stage of, or rather the final stage, I believe, of fist fighting is...
May I help you?
Back in Vizima. To be fair, the other experience, you don't get anything special from the quest. I'm throwing Chad a bone, Wheel. I'm throwing Chad a bone.
Got any rooms?
5 orange.
Sure, I'll spend some orans. Okay, we shall rest until midnight. And then we'll make our way out. I think I did finish the Drowned Dead quest as well. Yeah. So we took down the Drowned Dead. We still need to do... Oh, wait. No. So we need 10 Devourer Teeth. So we're still in the game. And then Alp Fangs.
Can I help you?
I might need to BRB. Quinn seems to be attempting to come downstairs. Do you just want to see me, or do you need to go out? Do you need to go out? Okay. All right, chat. Quinn is giving me the I'm about to burst eyes, so I will be right back. I will leave you with the clips. I know it's before ads, I do apologize, but I will be back and then we'll take down some Devourers. Really? All right.
It's good, Sigma.
Can you sing? Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to collect foreskin for Dagoth. Yeah, Vivek mole-egged his ball, so much so that it made history. They wrote a book about it. The entire sermon is a prolonged allegory about post-nut Claire. Now, excuse me while I enjoy my high tea. Tastes like aristocracy. Oh, no, I can't. I can't do it. Oh, wait. I love how that's how you're gay. What the fuck?
Suck on a glorious amount of all-American custard!
These fuck-ass Nords Nerevar, they're injecting the kids with skooma to change their natural Dunmer skin color. Are you telling me someone willingly slept with Amryn? That motherfucker has been trying to find his rusty iron sword since the Second Era.
Last words, a guy with a beautiful voice. He makes me melt. Ooh woo. Ooh woo. You're really gonna struggle getting down the mountain otherwise. So we're gonna help you, okay? Okay, are you ready?
Ooh, they knocked the wind out of my balls.
Well, okay, it's not a level 3 unrelenting force, so... You wanna know the best part about the Hist? Their entire existence is a pun. They're arboreal appearing entities that exist outside of space-time. They see all the timeline, forward and backward. They're Hist trees. God damn it. You want more? You just saw your buddies get killed, man. Did he grabbed my arrow.
I've been looking for you. Got something I'm supposed to deliver. Your hands only.
Dagoth's drawing? Alright, I'm scared. I think I'm going to die, but we're gonna see how this goes. Alright, ran out of stamina and got kicked on the ground a whole bunch. I will burn this building down. I'm underslept. I have 3 hours of sleep. No coffee. The fuck? This is a trust cannon chat. Ah, I believe I could fucking die! Oh no! Welcome back, everyone. Yes, we narrowly avoided an accident, so that was definitely needed. That was definitely needed. Okay, I'm back. I have fetched myself a little drink. Now let's take down some devourers, shall we? Okay, let's see. Oh, repeating because I adore the game. Question of the... Oh, sorry, I missed your question of the day. After thinking for a bit and taking into account the last 10 years, I would say Opranicia, The Stolen Sun, a Hungarian dungeon crawler with an amazing amount of warmth and charm, witty writing, and good realized mechanics. It totally went under the radar, and the studio was back into some awful minds, making some casuals. Ah, dear. Oh. I think I wrote that down in the past, but let's write it down again. Opranicia, The Stolen Sun. I think I put that on my wish list. Because I normally review my notes after stream. And if there's any game recommendations from you guys, I normally write that down. You see, Wheel? It's not just me. It's not me. It's chat. It's Twitch chat. They want the cards. They'll leave me if I don't give them what they want. I'm too self-conscious for this. I can't handle rejection. Okay, now we have to find out where the Devourers are hanging out. It should be near the Naiad bathing pool, which I am traveling away from currently. Whoa! Hi! Good day to you, sir. Now prepare. Oh, there's 2. Oh, there's more at night. They travel in packs. Oh. Okay. Okay, I'm actually doing okay in this fight, but not great. Oh. How's the vertical monitors? Superiority treating me? It's weird. I gotta say, man. I'm going to warm up to it, but I feel like I am just absolutely botching chat right now. I feel like I have no concept of what's, like, I'm just not used to having so much chat in front of me. I feel like I'm missing stuff. I actually feel like I'm missing stuff more because I have so much chat in front of me. Yeah, like, it is absolutely a game changer, and especially, like, when I get big chats, it's way easier because I'm not losing chat and having to scroll. That has been brilliant. I will say that much. I promise to get used to it, Mistress Welcome in. Yeah, I know that I will. I'm not panicking in that sense. I'm probably going to have a couple streams where I'm not myself 100%. just trying to get used to it. Oh, that would be good. That would be really good, using it for Discord. Yeah. I think I'm doing a lot better now that I've moved my activity feed. I have my activity feed over here as well. Okay, I think oh, not quite. There he is. I had to have my activity feed right here because activity feed was going off and I couldn't see what happened. So someone redeemed the game pick again. So we've actually got the Stalker series now on the card.
Interesting. This body ain't been here long.
So after we beat Assassin's Creed Rogue, we're going to be going into Stalker: Shadow of Chernobyl. I should have a swallow right now. Speaking of games, how's the game tree? I adore this game. I absolutely adore this game. This has been... So, I played The Witcher 2 when I was younger, and I liked it. I didn't dislike the game, but it didn't hit the same. And I can't tell you why. I really can't. Maybe it was just the time in my life. You know, we did talk earlier in the stream about, you know, right game, wrong time type thing. But having played The Witcher 1, this game in particular, it is tugging at a part of me that I have not felt since the first time I played Oblivion. You know, there is such a depth here, and I am absolutely adoring the personality of the game in particular. You know, my channel's a bit of an island of misfit toys in a big way. There's a lot of games that I play on the channel, that I show off on the channel, that are maybe a little bit less loved. We're looking at New Siege of Babylon. Great games that just, for whatever reason, don't see a lot of love as far as rhetoric goes. And The Witcher 1, it's one of those games that sits in a really weird spot where it's got loads of personality. Like, it's just chocked full of personality. But it's got a couple of quirks to it that require a certain temperament to really enjoy and really dig into. And at this point in my life, this is my kind of game. This is absolutely my kind of game in a really big way. And I am massively enjoying it. So I'm actually looking very forward to revisiting The Witcher 2 as well. Woo! I'm a Slay Zephyr. There he is! Come at me, bro. We're gonna bring him over here, because he's gonna be hard to find in the water. You know, yeah. A childlike sense of wonder and discovery is a good way to encapsulate it. It's so hard these days, especially with limited time and the number of responsibilities. You know, it's very rare that I encounter a game that I'm just thinking about, even when I'm not streaming. Tainted Grail did that. When I started playing Tainted Grail, it scratched the Elder Scrolls itch in a really, really big way, but it added Souls-like mechanics. Like, the combat is very Soulsy. The boss encounters in the game are very Soulsy in that game, and I was playing that game since early access. Like, now that we have the official release, the earnest release of Tainted Grail, my love has only grown. The Witcher is doing that even more so, though. the personality of this game. Tainted Grail, my one complaint, I love playing the game. I love interacting with the world in that game, but there's certain things about Tainted Grail that just aren't striking the same chord as this, and that is, I just like the universe and the depth of the world. Like, Tainted Grail is actually a rather well-known franchise, and this isn't the first video game Tainted Grail's gotten, it's just the best video game Tainted Grail has gotten. And I think that it's got a cool world, it's got a cool lore, but the depth is not there to the same extent as it is with The Witcher. The depth is not there to the same extent. And this is a universe that I feel, in the same way with the Elder Scrolls, I can dig into this, and I can be contented with this for a significant amount of time. Tainted Grail Conquest is also one of my favorite card battle games. The OST, yeah, like, Tainted Grail, excellent video games. The computer card game, the RPG that has come out, fantastic games. Like, I will not take anything away from Tainted Grail, but it doesn't feel like I can just dig in the same way as I can with The Witcher. The Witcher is unique in that sense, I would say. If only our fictional game of making our own Witcher would exist. That would be insane. If that game came out, it would be a day one. I almost never purchase day one. That would be a day one for me. I realized last year... Oh, it released last year and was in my library. I had no idea when I bought it. Yeah, you probably got it during early access when you went, oh, that's cool. Like I did. Except the difference is, I played the shit out of it. I was just playing the crap out of it. Hello.
Anyway, do you have one kicking around in here?
It's in the shop.
I'll just bring mine back.
Okay.
Because I figured out how I'm gonna do it.
Okay. Let me know how I can help. Oh wait, no, we already went to Lakeside.
Well, I don't need you.
Okay.
Cut the board myself. We're
Okay.
getting fish on Friday.
Okay.
That's my line.
While I understand the sentiment, I'm a little bit let down that the Xbox port of Witcher 2 will be played. Oh, won't be played here. Well, here's the thing. I think that it's sensible that I played the PC version so that I can carry my save over. I think that is a sensible ask from the poll. I'm not necessarily upset that ended up being the vote. I had a bit of that in Blacktail. Oh, Blacktail, yes. A fairy tale game. It's not hard, it's not deep, but it has so much damn charm. That's Fable for me. That is absolutely Fable for me. Yes, hello.
I gave them water.
Okay.
She had a bunch. She's now down here. I'm leaving. She'll probably stay down here. She's your responsibility.
Okay. I let her out like right before you got home, so. Jack, welcome in on the YouTube side. I like the look of this channel. Seems nice and chill. I try to keep it low energy here. You know, life is crazy enough. I don't think that we need, you know, I don't think we need hype horns going off every 5 seconds and to have me screaming and everything. You know, that works for some people and it's fun, but as far as I'm concerned, well, first of all, that's not me. I don't carry myself that way even on a daily basis. It takes a lot to get that out of me. But definitely, it's definitely the case that I'm trying to keep it chill here.
Let's talk.
I have your necklace.
Splendid. Now your reward. I'll grant you a book on the Vodianoi. The Earth.
By the way, Jack, are you a fan of the Witcher franchise? I always like to ask people that. The big Blood Bowl fan's getting in the way.
Chaos, chaos, rave, rave, rave. Is this chill? Chaos, 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 rave, rave, rave. Is this chill?
I am now. I've never played The Witcher 1 or 2, but I love The Witcher 3. It's in your top 10 games. So we have a lot of people here on the Twitch side that highly recommend The Witcher just as a franchise. Just as a franchise. The first game, I've not played 3, and I've played 2 a long, long time ago, and I did like it. But this game, we were kind of talking about this earlier, how it kind of unlocked this sense of wonder that I hadn't had in a video game in a really, really, really long time. And it's ironic that I'm saying this while the Jiggle Physics is doing the Jiggle Physics thing, so I'm just gonna finish this dialogue, and then we'll talk more. Because you guys are getting a little distracted, I feel like. Cow is having a party. It's like, ooh, red light, green light. Oh, red light, now green light. Or is it green woman? I don't know. Massive fan of the franchise. About 22 out of 23 runs across. Oh, damn. More distracted by the cow. A whiskey as well, yes, a whiskey as well. It's, I also saw you said you were from Liverpool, from the UK. It's quite late for you. Do you operate on, I'm Canadian, by the way. Do you operate on North American time normally, or is it just a restless night? But yes, it's been a long week, and I figured that I deserved a little something. So this is Suntory Distillery, and the particular scotch is called Toki. Hibiki is my favorite, but Toki's the cheaper one, and it's still quite good. Behave!
The book about Vodianoi.
It is yours, though it's such a dull tome.
Thank you.
Take this token as a memento. The amulet will protect you from drowners.
I'm guilty of only ever watching the Witcher Netflix series, falling in love over how the fantasy felt because it was refreshing from the fantasy perspective for me. Then bought the entire book series, read The Last Wish, and realized I wanted to sit with as much lore as possible because the book was so much better than the show, in my opinion. That's not an opinion, that is fact. The books are better than the show. The games are better than the show. Pretty much everything is better than the show. But that is not to say I love the fact that the show introduced you to the franchise. I adore the fact the show introduced you to the franchise. No hate, it was just more whimsical. Yeah, exactly.
Do they want my opinion on the Witcher TV show?
Go have dinner. You'll be here all night.
That was a don't talk to my friends.
It's late, I have insomnia, I have work in 7 hours, but you work from home. Oh, I can't do that because I work in the trades, so even if I have insomnia, I have to just sit there and, like, try and sleep. I work as a plumber during the day. I'm trying my hand at the content creation thing, but we'll see how that goes. But for now, I'm in the trades, and it is hard a lot of the time. All my knowledge of whiskey I got from the Yakuza games. So it's fitting. Because Suntory is a Japanese scotch. Actually, no, Suntory, it's Scottish. Sorry for the... No, Jordy, we live for the paragraphs, and I now have a big enough chat window that you can write a paragraph, and I can actually read the damn thing. Yeah, no, Jack, we have loads. We have loads of Brits in the chat. We have loads of British friends. I like a Glenfiddich or a cheap Jameson. Glenfiddich was good. I had some Glenfiddich, a 12-year the other day, and it's good. It's good. I don't drink often. I have to be very much in the mood for it. But when I am in the mood for it, it hits.
Who are you?
A naiad.
Farewell.
Oh, did I lose my chance? I think I lost my chance, chat. Alright, we'll use the autosave. I'm trying to give chat a bone right now. Literally. Thanks for repping on the YouTube side, Rafi. Oh, that was the crypt. Not the kind of bone Geralt's looking for. And then we'll go talk to Berengar, because we're supposed to speak to Berengar. Now, I wonder if the Vadnoi priest is back. We'll have to try and have a chat with him as well. Oh! God, I love that. Oh! I love those moves. God. I really hope the combat in 2 and 3 doesn't disappoint me. Because this... I get it. It's dated. But now that I'm getting good at it, I love it. I love it so much. So I'm really hoping that 2 and 3 have some good combat. Wheel, don't scare me like that.
Let's talk.
Okay, let's see.
I have your necklace.
Have your necklace.
Splendid. Now your reward. I'll grant you a book on the Vodianoi. The Earth Rune...
Yes and no. Alright. 3 is a masterpiece. If anyone says anything differently, they're lying. Oh no.
Tell me about the rewards.
The book on Vodianoi contains knowledge on any fish people you encounter. The Earth Rune enhances your sword. Choose me, and I will treat your wounds whenever you need.
I'd like to be your lifelong patient.
I knew you would choose so. Always, when you come to me, I shall tend to your wounds.
Thank you.
Take this token as a memento. The amulet will protect you from drowners.
Oh, so is there no card here? Interesting. I thought there would be.
Let's talk.
Can you heal me?
Of course, as we agreed.
Alright. I'll take it. A physician. I also forgot to add... I'll 1v1 them on Rust. The big blood bovine's definitely making it to the ending. 100%. 3 is a... I keep hearing that 3 is a masterpiece. I really hope that I like it. Because if I don't, Raffi will find me in Canada. He will brave the frozen tundra that is my country. He will show up like a vagabond set on vengeance, and he will destroy me and everything I hold dear. He will burn my life to the ground. For hey, no, I don't even have to hate on it. Just not liking it is enough. Okay, let's see. So we've returned the jewelry. Then we've got Heat of the Day. I must find the shards of Alina's mirror in the fields. Pardon me. The Witcher 1 sits in a weird spot, because it could also be played from the bird's eye view perspective, so the combat reflects an in-between of tactical combat and action game combat, but Witcher 2 and onwards embraces more of an action game side of things. You know what? I'm going to try something. So we're going to do high isometric. Oh wait, I have to save the settings. And I'm going to do some fighting. I'm going to play like this for the next little while. And I'm going to see if my positive musings about it. Now, I've talked about how the world has a lot more charm from the over-the-shoulder perspective in this game. Now, with that said, am I still going to feel that way if I play the game from this perspective? Because, I'm not gonna lie, this looks like an MMO. Straight up. This looks like I'm playing World of Witcher right now. Two's combat kind of tried to combine the stances from 1 and fell a bit short in my opinion. It's a tad weird, it's more action-oriented at least. So I'd personally say from an action point of view, The Witcher 2 is a smoother experience with some bits of the old Witcher 1 combat still lingering. It looks like Guild... Yeah, exactly. Exactly. This is very MMO. And I hate MMOs. I shouldn't say that. Hate's a strong word. I have yet to play an MMO that has genuinely gripped me. That I think is a fair assessment. Would you call the combat smoother than 1? Not that the combat here, like, it can be a little bit jarring sometimes, like if the combos break and that sort of thing. But overall, I do rather enjoy it. But we'll see if I encounter some... We'll see if I can find some more Devourers. I will say, being able to just steer from just the mouse, that's nice. Oh, what do we have here? What do we got? Ah! There we go. Oh, this is so... Oh my god, okay. This is so MMO. Dear God. Oh no. Ah, what have you done to my boy? You've blown him up. Oh, I immediately suck at this game. Holy shit. Oh, I'm terrible. Oh, it's like I forgot how to fight. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh my god. Alright, let's go see the noon wraiths. Okay, that one went better. Good time to try out Quen. Yeah, true, true. This is one thing that I do this in every game that I play. I forget that I have kit, and then I think about it after the fight. I'm like, oh, that would have been a perfect time to use that. You're right, it would have been a perfect time for Quen. XP +1. Oh, that's gonna be a long grind.
Yes? May I help you?
Now, okay, we'll go into low over the shoulder.
Got any rooms?
5 orens.
We'll do a little bit of gameplay like that. That felt uber RPG at. Oh! Ooh. 3 silver? My god. My god. Okay, so we do have... Oh, we've got loads of stuff from dexterity. Oh, I really do like my dexterity. But this is also... Let's do stone skin. And then we'll do feint and finesse. And then I do have some bronze that I can use. So I really haven't done much with Quen. So we'll do that. We'll rest until the daytime. So we'll have to search for the missing pieces of the mirror now. It's crazy how something as simple as camera angle can really change things so much. Like, you don't think the vantage point of the game is such a big factor until you have a game like The Witcher that gives you a lot of different flavors. That is actually incredible. I like the idea of the stances in The Witcher 1, but rock, paper, scissors, where you have to level up the rock, the paper, and scissors up separately. Even if Witcher 2's system wasn't perfect, I think I agree on the direction they were going. I think that semantically, that is a fair assessment. Given that I haven't played The Witcher 2 recently enough, I don't think I can weigh in, but I think as far as the thought process, I think that is fair. This is what I miss in the other Witcher games. Feeling like a proper Witcher, meditating, reading books on the monster you may encounter, or needing to figure out their weakness via the books. Long-lasting potion effects. Well, and also the consequence, right? The consequence of making a mistake with your potions, having too many potions, for example. Your toxicity meter. Not saying that the later games don't have these mechanics, but the prevalence of these mechanics within this particular game, especially for when it came out, I think is very potent. I'm also very much my problem right now is that I know that I'm close to the end of the game, and I'm very eager to play The Witcher 2. And what I am really, really trying to do right now is I am trying to resist my urge to try and move forward with the game. Oh, not ideal. But I'm trying to resist my urge to move forward at speed. Okay. Okay, this doesn't feel quite as bad. Oh, oh my! It shows the XP. Ah! Oh my god. It literally turned it from like my favorite game in the world to an MMO. That is hilarious. That is hysterical. Okay, let's grab the mirror shard. Okay, experiment done. I'm going to the camera angle I enjoy. This is so much better in my mind. Let's never do that again. I agree. Now, I know that I just kind of shat all over it, but is there anyone who enjoys? Oh, ooh. Hello, Quinn. One moment. I'm in combat. After I'm in combat, I will lift you up. Oh, very nice. That was a combo. I'm into it. Okay, we have mirror shard number 1. Oh, hello, puppy. Hello, puppy. Hey, you feeling a little bit better? Okay, you have to promise not to be too distracting. Okay, I will give you 1 for chat. I'll give you 1. Okay. Look at these crack eyes. Look at these eyes. Look at these eyes right now. This is what prednisone does to dogs, everybody. But she was rather polite. Hello, Toby. All right, fine. We'll hop over here for a sec. We'll hop over here, Toby. Good boy. Good boy. Have eyes? You bark? You say hi? Good boy, Toby. Good boy. You say hi? Say hi? There you go. That was a good inside voice, too. Yeah. 9,000,000% focus on the tasty treat. Alright, she's chilled out now. She's had some treats. Oh my god, Alvin. And the big blood bovine. Okay, there you go. You just wanted up for the treats. That's what you wanted. Okay, so there's one directly ahead of me. And they all look like Alina. So, this looks like where I had my initial encounter with Alina.
The sun rocks the earth, grain falls from the stalk. Come away with me, wanderer. Come away with the moon rays. Help me! Help!
Boom! God, I love Ard. Ard is, like, hands down one of my favorite signs. A lot of people say Igni. No, Ard. I love the finishers that you get. Oh, wait, no. Okay, so this is where Alina... Okay, so this is where Alina settles. Oh, okay. Well, Alina will probably come back. We hope. If not, I can rather easily restart. That's not a huge deal for me. I would accept that canon, yes. There's also special finishers for daggers and axes. Not that anyone would ever use them. What were they smoking when they allowed you to use these? I think that this game is a textbook case of trying to give people variety, but not really having a plan for that variety. Now, if you're going to give a player variety, so Fable is actually a perfect example of this. So, Fable is one of my all-time favorite games, by the way. So Fable, you've got Will, you've got Melee, and then you've got Skill. So, within that variety, strength, or your might skills, and your will abilities, they synergize perfectly. But then, you have the skill tree. Now, bow combat was actually, I mean, it wasn't the best, but it wasn't terrible. But then you had guile as a part of that. And the guile mechanic in that game was really, really underused. And to the point where you could honestly say, okay, like, why the hell is this in the game? Yes?
About the moon and star, come to me through fire and war. Oh, oh, come
sorry, miss.
Come and look upon the heart.
Now I'm all self-conscious, thank you. Audie, welcome in. Sorry, I had the mic off, Mrs. Books was speaking to me. Captain If, Audie, Beelzebub, welcome in. Audie, what were you playing? We had some Sherlock Holmes going on. We had some Sherlock Holmes going on. I love me some Sherlock games. I love me some Sherlock games.
How can you kill a god? Shame on you, Berevar. I'm a god.
This is gonna be a little bit weird.
I'm a god.
This is gonna be a little bit weird. I have a huge chat window now. I'm not used to it, so forgive me if I'm a little bit unfocused. Raiders, welcome to the game library, where we give a voice to the voiceless games. My name is Martin. For those of you who do not know me, my channel is focused on video games history and the preservation of that history through experience. Today, we're playing The Witcher 1. Audie, how did you like Sherlock Holmes, The Devil's Daughter? How'd you like that game? I have the, which one? They were Gen 7 games. I've got Sherlock Holmes versus Jack the Ripper, and then I have another one, and I forget what it's called, but it's from the same devs, and they're both really, really fun games. All of them are on sale for $2, like, for PC, Steam. I'm actually looking. the yappers have unionized. Well, I'm a part of the union, so heed my demands. On Steam. The actual detection was extremely stupid and always made no sense. Yeah. But the game basically encouraged you to just select a new answer until you got... Yeah, so I think Sherlock versus Jack the Ripper, some of the puzzles were really nice, but there's a lot of them that were like that. gameplay was very fun, and the game threw everything at you, which was very fun. Very, very yeah, so I think that the thing with Sherlock Holmes and versus Jack the Ripper that was one of my favorites, I played it with my dad. My dad raised me on Sherlock Holmes stories, and what I liked about that game, it wasn't so much it wasn't necessarily the puzzling, it was the presentation of the puzzling, if that makes sense. Like, the puzzles were okay, but it was all kind of packaged in a really neat way that I really, really enjoyed. And sometimes, honestly, sometimes that's just as important. Actually, that's a good question for you guys. So, raiders, if you need a raid run, by the way, guys, please don't let me stop you. And to my peeps, if you haven't followed Audibel, one of my best friends in content creation. She is absolutely brilliant to talk to. I love our conversations, and she's just a really, really good video maker.
I gotta pee.
and she has her own chat input. But she's also just a really, really good content creator, makes really, really excellent videos, really thought-provoking conversations, which is the kind of stuff that I enjoy. Like, I don't like conversation for the sake of conversation. I don't like small talk. I don't like shooting the breeze. I like talking about deep shit. And Audie is one of the people that I've encountered in my life that can actually tread water with me when I do that, which has been really, really fun. And when she and I stream together from time to time, and whenever we get to do that, it's just a blast. It's an absolute blast. And she's always right. She's not just cool and deep. She's always right. I'm always wrong. It's weird. It's a weird dynamic. But with that, we have some Noon Wraiths that we gotta take down. That was the most awkward raid I think I've ever had, Audie. Mrs. Books was standing right there, and she always has something really important to tell me as well. Like, it's always like stuff with the house and stuff like that, so it's not like I can just be like, hey, I'm streaming. So it's always, whenever I get a raid in that situation, it's just like, right now I'm in husband mode and I have to go back to streamer mode, and the transition is not smooth. You actually you planned it. You planned it? How dare you? How dare you? Alright, let's save our game now. Let's just hope she's not gone. Because I did take her down in the middle of the map, so hopefully this is not a point of no return. Take her there, Bebo, now. Thank you for the lurk, Audie. Thank you for trusting me with your community. I hope that you had an amazing stream. I'm so glad that you had fun with the game. You and I will have to have an actual chat about the Sherlock games. No, it's honestly not, like, it's that specific situation. Normally, I'm pretty good with the raid, but with Mrs. Book standing there, it was just like, I just shut down. Oh wait, there's 9? There's 9. That's the fight on easy mode right there. There's 9, okay. 9 Sherlock Holmes games. You actually taught me something. I will look into it. Okay, we have the next mirror. So that's the Barrows. We have Alina's next mirror. Okay, I wonder why the Barrows is highlighted red. I'm going to have to look into that. I don't think we have any quest in the Barrows area, though. We'll have to see. Okay, there she is. Just go right through a maze. Okay, first sign didn't work. There. So it only works after I take down a bit of health. Oh, am I using the wrong stance? Oh, that would help. Using group stance, what am I doing? Not paying attention, that's what I'm doing. Okay, let's see. So the door is locked. This is where I found the old hermit, though. So... Oh, so we have some mandrake root. Okay, so these are just graves. Oh, so this is a gravekeeper's house. I didn't realize that. I don't think his dialogue indicated that either. That's interesting. I'll have to see if I can track that guy down again. Alright, won't take too long now. We just have to get the last mirror shard. I want to see if I can avoid that noon wraith if I can. Oh yeah, Mandrake Farm. I must have missed that then. Well, actually, no. I probably read it, and maybe I was chatting at the time. That happens to me a lot, I must say. It's the one difficult part about getting a first-time experience with the game as a streamer. Josh Strife actually had a very interesting commentary on this. Actually, quite recently. He was talking about how when you stream a game, so his example was Oblivion. He played Oblivion for the first time on stream. And he was mentioning how he doesn't really remember the game. He remembers the experience of streaming it and talking and, you know, going through those motions and everything. But he said he genuinely could not tell you what the game was like. And I have to say I found that quite interesting. I don't think I agree 100%. But what I do agree with is that sometimes that does happen to me. Especially, say, like, I'm in a very deep conversation with chat or something like that. That might be a situation where it's like, maybe some dialogue was happening in tandem, and I simply just couldn't ignore chat in that moment. So I ended up conversing with chat in preference of paying mind to the game as closely as I should have been. That I do agree with. That I have seen, I have experienced. It's not to say that it's a lesser experience doing a first-time playthrough on stream. I genuinely think it's something very special, because I'm playing the game with my community, and I'm playing a game with a group of people who, in large part, are far more passionate about the game and know a lot more about the game than I do. And I think that one of my favorite things about this, and in particular, I experienced this during my stream of Myst, and that is when... Oh, okay, we have a cutscene. Speaking of taking attention to the game.
I asked you to hide if it turned dangerous.
I hear voices from all those women who live here.
They're dead, Alvin.
So many fear me. When they think I can't hear, they call me the Devil's Child.
Those people, they're just afraid of what they don't understand.
I want them to like me. I don't want them to die. What should I do?
Destiny isn't everything. We are masters of our own fate. Interesting. So Geralt's story is an interesting one because it deals a lot with themes of destiny. And I think that it is not outlandish for Geralt to say destiny isn't everything. We are masters of our own fate. Because Geralt's story, frankly speaking, is one where he contends with the fates all the time. And yet, he still strives to carve his own path, to make his own destiny. But then, he might also say your visions are a gift, not a curse. So, I was reading from The Blood of Elves. I think it was from The Blood of Elves. And Ciri was having a vision of the siege of Sintra. And Ciri, like, very similar to what we just experienced with Alvin, Ciri had this nightmare. And Geralt's... Your visions are a gift, not a curse. It's up to you to use them for good. That was something very similar to what Geralt said to quiet Ciri's mind after waking from her dream. Geralt was fighting destiny and still managing to find it in the end, for better or worse, intentional or not. Yeah, exactly. But I think that Geralt's perspective during much of these experiences has been a destiny isn't everything, we are masters of our own fate kind of perspective. Hello. What? Hello, Toby. He wouldn't say keep your gift secret, though. I don't think he would say that. I think I'm going to say it's up to you to use them for good, because that says for good. Alvin, I feel, is on a slippery slope, and there's potential for evil here.
Your visions are a gift, not a curse. It's up to you to use them for good.
I'll remember that.
Okay. So as I was saying, when it comes to a first-time experience on stream, I think that what I'm having is not a lesser experience. What I'm having is a different experience. If I was playing The Witcher 1 on my own, yes, I would like the game. That would not change, but what would change is perhaps the way in which I interact with the game, because there's other stuff on my mind right now. Yes, I'm playing the game, but I'm also trying to talk and to be entertaining, because, frankly speaking, if you guys... Oh. Right, she's not here, so we'll probably have to rest. So we'll find a campfire. We'll rest, and then we'll get back into it. But so there's other stuff on my mind while I'm streaming, certainly, but it allows me to talk about what I'm thinking about while I am playing the game. So instead of just internalizing everything and maybe not clocking something while I play the game, I'm actively, and perhaps deliberately, clocking my experience of the game, and I would argue perhaps more meaningfully kind of feeling through things. Okay, let's see what we got here. But then the double-edged sword of that is I miss things. But one would argue that even when you're playing through a game for the first time, you always miss things.
The sun rocks the earth. Grain falls from the stalk. Come away with me, wanderer. Come away with the moon wraith.
So wait. Small fragment of a broken mirror. Okay, so I have everything. Oh, let's see. Heat of the day. Ah, I must find a craftsman. I know exactly who to go to. Let's go to the blacksmith in the village. Skilled a craftsman as there ever was. So we'll head over to the village, get the mirror reassembled by the blacksmith, and then we can come take down Alina. And then hopefully, well, not hopefully, but I believe that will be the end of the main quest for this chapter. Okay, we have some noon wraiths up ahead, so I will just prepare my weaponry. What I really love about kind of getting used to the combat in the game, though, is my sense of mastery. I'm really being rewarded for learning more about signs and the mechanics of the game. And having a larger toolkit as well. You know, I didn't have access to all of these signs and the power of the signs. You know, Ard probably didn't do what I just did at level 1. It was only through upgrading Ard that I was able to get this kind of knockout effect. Okay, am I only able to move slowly? That's unfortunate. Okay, well, let's make our way to the village. Nice and slow. Ciri and Alvin are both called sources. In other words, people born with a spark to access magic ingrained in them. Extremely rare. So, question for you guys. Is Alvin... I haven't encountered this yet, but is Alvin a character from the books? Or is Alvin a proxy for Ciri in the first game? That is something I have not encountered as of yet. Rowan, welcome in. Question of the day. One of my favorite indie games that flies on the radar is Nubby's Number Factory. Nubby's Number Factory. He's just Timu Ciri. Okay, gotcha. Okay, so he was a proxy. That was the sense I was getting. I was like, I haven't read about him. So, what are we doing exactly?
You're different. How interesting.
I should try that.
No, that's the blacksmith's son. There's the blacksmith.
Yes?
Can you
reassemble a
reassemble
shattered mirror?
For 100 orens.
Easy.
Deal. Take the pieces. I'll pay you when you're done.
Maybe I should move.
Okay, so we'll come back like a day later, I guess. Not that Ciri was a particularly strong element of the Witcher books, but some people are just not ready for that conversation. So, what's interesting to me is that, and you can feel about a character the way you feel about a character. I think that as long as you are cordial about your approach, I have no issues with constructive criticism. But what is interesting to me is that Ciri is being made a focal point of the games now. And while she is not necessarily a particularly strong element of the books, I'm just reading the books now. So I don't know how I feel one way or the other, but I'm just kind of parroting opinions that are being shared. But she is an element of import, if not an element of strength within the text. So I think that it is. I think that it is fascinating that CD Projekt Red has taken. I'm on the first book. I'm on the first book. I think the order that I was given to read the books in was. Let me just take a gander here. So, I think it was in the books chat, or maybe it was in a personal message. Yeah, it was probably in a personal message. So Dragon is the one that told me the right order with which to read the books. And I'm currently reading The Last Wish. Yeah, okay. So I'm reading the correct book then. I was like, am I reading it wrong again? Yeah, so I'm on The Last Wish right now. I'm currently so I've got the actual books, but I've also got like an ebook, and I'm just during work, I'm just flicking through it on my phone during my small breaks while I eat. You're on the least series-focused part of the series, consequently okay, so The Last Wish is your favorite book then? Interesting. I am quite enjoying it, I would say. The fact is, given how the lore rights of the franchise are, it's very strange that Geralt has ran into two sources, which is a chance within millions. I think that this game, knowing what game dev is like now, having much more of a understanding of the inner workings of the industry, I must say, CD Projekt Red probably thought there was a strong chance that this would be their only Witcher game. So, I think that what they were trying to do was kind of reflect the world in their own way, without necessarily leaning... It's ironic that this feels the most like the books, while at the same time, I would say the game is trying its best to distinguish itself. You know, within the Witcher games, kind of later, and I've seen The Witcher, like, I've been spoiled on these games. It's not like I've, quote-unquote, never seen them before, but it looks to me like they're far more loyal narratively. Like, overarching narrative, I mean. Like, stuff like the Wild Hunt and everything like that. Whereas within this game, it seems like, you know, with stuff like Alvin and everything, they were a little bit more willing to have a little bit of a play. That's the sense I'm getting, but I could be completely wrong. I'll have to see once I've read all of the books and I've played through the entirety of the series. But I will say, as I read the books, my love of the series is only growing. My love of the game, as I read the books, is not diminishing, it's growing. Which is interesting. Because the books are, we've talked about this before, the books are more or less glorified fanfiction. So Nubby's Number Factory is an indie game that looks like it was made using kid pics, and it feels like it belongs on Cool Math Games. Interesting. You know, as a kid, I really enjoyed, one of my favorite games was, what was it called? There were 3 games. So there was Amidala's Palace, there was Anakin's Speedway, and there was, I think it was like Yoda's Library. I think is what it was called. And Yoda's library, there was catacombs. And actually, it was the music and everything. It was quite scary. At least to me as a kid. I'm actually going to look this up. I'm not sure if I'm using the correct names. So let's see. So we've got Anakin Speedway. Who developed these games? So Build and Drive. Okay, so that was Lucas Learning. Okay, so let's see. I'm going to look up Lucas Learning games. So we had Droid Rake, Super Bombad Racing, Gungan Frontier. Which are the ones that I played? Yoda's Challenge. It was Yoda's Challenge. Jar Jar's Journey. Yep, Jar Jar's Journey was the other one. Anakin Speedway. And, okay, that was it. That was all the ones I played. So, yeah, Anakin Speedway, Jar Jar's Journey, and Yoda's Challenge. Those were the ones I played. I'd be curious, while you aren't too far into the books, do you appreciate CD Projekt Red and what they have done with the lore? Most are in the camp that they expanded on topics for the better, but there's an argument to have everything more mysterious. I think that not everything... I think that... I like Dune. And one of Frank Herbert's philosophies within the Dune franchise is that some things should not be explained. Some things should be obfuscated. It lends to the universe that there is mystery present. Because it fosters a inquisitive mind. It causes the imagination to wander in ways that it wouldn't if stuff was blatantly explained. But the reason that obtuse kind of storytelling is good is because we do what CD Projekt Red did, and we expand upon themes within our own minds. So I think that each has a role to play. I think that it makes sense that CD Projekt Red took it in the direction that they took it, but I understand why Sapkowski did it in the way that he did. If that makes sense. All right, off we go. Now, I'm wondering if I want to wait until the evening and take down a bunch of Devourers. Because I could take down a bunch of the Witcher quests. Because I think that a lot of the Witcher board quests go away after you've finished a chapter. And I feel like after we lay Alina to rest, we are going to lose access. So it might be worth my time. Let's see. Devourer Teeth. I've got 5. So I need to collect 5 more. I need 10. And then I need Alp Teeth as well. But I don't have a merchant to buy the books from. So I might be in a bit of a situation right now where I'm just unable to complete that quest. So yeah, let's go take the Devourers down. We'll rest until midnight. I'll have some water now. All right, let's get after it. So I believe the Devourers like to hang out around the water line right here. The lore indicates that they like to hang around city, like the outskirts of cities. Crypts and stuff as well, obviously, but they like to hang around in the countryside, just outside of human settlements. Pyrus, welcome in on the YouTube side. Question of the day. You don't hear too many people talk about Lunacid or Dread Delusion, at least not these days, in my opinion. Maybe I'm in the wrong circles. No, I don't think you're in the wrong circles. I think that Dread Delusion... Lunacid is very... Lunacid, more so than Dread Delusion, is a very weird game. It's got a lot of quirkiness to it. And Dread Delusion, it is also quirky, but it's quirky in a very... They're Scrolls-like games, right? So they're quirky in a way that I feel, at least, it lends itself to obscurity. You know, in the same way that Morrowind is perhaps less exposed to more conversations due to the fact that it is so obscure in the sense of lore and gameplay and all this different stuff. I think that Dread Delusion and Lunacid kind of suffer from something similar. And honestly, Souls-like, sound from the game is missing. Why is sound from the game missing? Thank you for flagging that. 1 second. I have to turn full screen off so that I can get my game back. Okay, what do I... Oh dear, OBS is being a poo. There we go. Okay. I've got it back. Okay, what do we got going on here? So there's The Witcher. Okay, so I've got sound on my board. Okay, it's back now? Okay. Okay, we'll go back on full screen. Since Lunacid is made in the style of Kingsfield series, the games that predated FromSoft's Souls franchise. Yeah. There was another game, Verno. Verno? Verno, yes. I actually just recently started playing that game, actually. Also a Kingsfield-like game. The Curse of Faces, yes. Verho, yeah. That one I would also say is also very Kingsfield-inspired. And this is kind of where I think the conversation is interesting to me. Because, while yes, these games do appear to be inspired by the Elder Scrolls, the thing with the Scrolls-like is none of them are entirely inspired by the Elder Scrolls. I would argue that most Scrolls-likes take most of, like, their combat inspiration, for example, from stuff like Dark Souls. Stuff like Dark Messiah, stuff like Kingsfield. You know, they're not single inspiration games. So I do kind of, I don't balk at the Scrolls-like categorization. Like, obviously Tainted Grail is inspired by Skyrim. Obviously Dread Delusion is inspired by Morrowind. But there's also this aspect of it that it feels like something else entirely. And this is where I feel personally, you guys might have a different opinion, that even though Scrolls-likes are working actively to essentially occupy the real estate that was once dominated by Bethesda, I would argue that they're never going to. For that exact reason. They don't have the depth, they don't have the lore, they don't have the... Like, as alien and weird as Dread Delusion is, the universe is not Elder Scrolls. And that is where it falls short for me. You know, there's not as much depth to the Dread Delusion universe, in my personal opinion, as there is in the Elder Scrolls universe. I think that the Devourers are absolutely grotesque, and that's the point. I think that the reason that Morrowind works is that it bases itself on a very, very weird universe. And the reason that the Elder Scrolls works is because you have stuff like Khajiit, because you have stuff like Argonians, because you have stuff like the Dwemer, because you have places like Vardenfell with the Silt Striders and everything. And even if you have kind of this quirky, weird universe, you don't have that quirky, weird universe. And, you know, I'm not necessarily saying that you have to have that, but if you are going to sit there and insist that your game is a worthy alternative, then you do have to provide an analog that has as much depth or more. And I would argue you need more. I would argue that if you really want to take on the Elder Scrolls, you need a universe that... this is why Tainted Grail works the best out of most of the Scrolls-likes. It's because it has the deepest world. It has the Arthurian legend kind of backing it to an extent. And I think that is where, you know, the best homage is. But then you get into the Souls combat, you get into boss fight cutscenes and stuff like that. Like, whenever there's a significant encounter, there's a cutscene. And, like, yeah, that's cool to an extent.
Yes.
But is that Elder Scrolls enough, you know?
May I help you?
There's a lot of ways to
Got any rooms?
To perceive this. There's a lot of ways to converse about this. I'm trying to in my mind work out, like, it is ultimately very ephemeral what we're talking about here. Like, what makes a Scrolls... Like, at the end of the day, it's vibes. At the end of the day, you know, you can have every single mechanical thing that a Scrolls game has, but if you don't have the vibe of a Scrolls game, which is obtuse, then people are not going to consider your game Scrolls. I would say that Dread Delusion and Tainted Grail, they're not considered Scrolls games for mechanical reasons necessarily. They're considered Scrolls games because vibes. You start as a prisoner. You know, the stealth archery in Tainted Grail is very Skyrim. With Dread Delusion, you've got the Inquisition, which is very Justiciar. You know, you've got the Justicars and stuff. You know, like, it kind of analogs well to the Elder Scrolls, but even then, I do find myself going like, okay, how do I feel about this? Now, all this to say, Tainted Grail, Dread Delusion, Linacid, excellent games. Play them all. Play them all. They're great games. But they're games I'm not quite sure I know how I feel about just yet. I know that I like them. That much I can't say for certain. And yes, I have heard of Lantern of the Lapless Saint. That is an interesting one to me. Because they are the one in this conversation that have actively, in advertisement, spoken about taking on Bethesda. Going after, the name of Todd Howard and stuff like that. A bit more about Nibby's Number Factory. It's a roguelike game that seems extremely simple at first. You bounce a ball and hit pegs and get points. But it has a charm in it, in that it doesn't take itself seriously at all, and everything in it is 2000s nostalgia, art style PNG for an intentionally poorly made 3D. I see exactly what you're saying now, yes. I'll have to take a look at that one. It's not my normal kind of game, but I'll have to take a look at that one. Okay, now let's see. If we go back to the crypt, we should have some Alps to take on as well. So, I think that the Chief is the one that we turn the Devourer teeth into. But with that said, maybe I do go to the crypt right now, because it's nighttime. I want to see if I get teeth from the Alp. I haven't been lately. So I might be missing some lore books that give me access to that resource. So we shall see. But Pyrus, I'd be interested in... So, you've evoked Dread Delusion and Linacid. And I even saw, like, Jerkops on the Twitch side kind of talking about this. The Kingsfield modality, which is interesting. So we have Cat now. I have not touched Gothic yet. It is on the list. Okay. I'd be interested as to your ideas here, guys. Very interested indeed. So, when it comes to Gothic, I have yet to be the guy to play a remake first, and then revisit the original. I've always played the original first, because I'm a games preservationist, and I very much... I insist upon at least the honoring of the original game. But with Gothic, I kind of have a chance, a rare opportunity, I would say, to get into the head of the remake crowd. Get into the head of the people who say that these games need a remake. Or the people who say that this game was my first exposure and then I went and played the original game. Do I play the Gothic remake and will that actually make me feel like revisiting the original game? I'm very fascinated in that idea. I'd be interested in your thoughts, guys. Okay, so we'll see if... We might not get any Alps. But I have never touched the original Gothic, to answer your question, Wheel. But it's on the list and I'm very interested to do so. Okay, so There's literally nothing left in this crypt. That is a shame. That is a shame. It's ultimately up to you, but it would be a shame for you to be robbed of experiencing the original game blind. But, okay, here's the interesting thing, Wheel. Am I experiencing the original game blind if I experience the remake first? I am spoiled on the story. Certainly. I'm not saying that's not the case. But the interesting thing is that, and this is something that I insist upon, the remake is not the original game. It is a completely different game that is wearing the face of its muse. It's a skinwalker, for lack of a better term. So, what is interesting to me in this conversation is, am I going to, because I get the story and I get a revised gameplay experience and everything, you know, am I, even as a game preservationist, susceptible to the allure kind of thing? And again, will I, after having that experience, feel that I should, or even must, play the original title? That is of interest to me. And again, it's a rare opportunity. I don't normally get the chance to do this. So, it's an interesting thought, but as I said, like, I'm always of the mind that the original games are irreplaceable, and we should advocate for them, and we should preserve them at all cost. We can walk a little bit faster if we do fast mode. Okay, let's see. Let me grab some herbs while we're on the way. Okay, looks like the path right just up ahead here. I don't think I can get Alp Teeth, but it's worth checking. It is worth checking. I don't think there's a bounty for the noon wraiths either. So let's see. So we don't have a... Okay, we do have a crypt right there. Okay, let's see if I can avoid the moon wraiths. I don't want to fight if I... Oh, there's a devourer. I don't want to fight if I don't have to, necessarily. Okay, crypt is going to be just up ahead here. Is it almost... It's almost like over this way. And actually, Wheel, I will ask. So I'm assuming you're a fan of the game, and I must confess you're not the first Pole I've met that has expressed an affection for Gothic. Have you played the remake? And if so, what are your thoughts? Do you kind of share my philosophy that, you know, it doesn't replace the original experience, and you still prefer the original game? Or... Oh, okay, you are actually pretty terrifying. I'm actually pretty glad I was fighting you in the dark for so long. Igni's pretty effective on these guys. We can use, yep, we can use group on that now. I missed. Okay. Perfect. Now let's see. Nope, can't get teeth. Cannot get teeth. Crap. That is a shame. No, I'm just saying, like, if you played the demo, if you know, if you've done anything like that, or just in premise kind of thing. Yeah, no, I'm aware that it hasn't actually fully released yet. Okay, let's make our way out of here. Oh, I can. I was worried. Because I know that I'm pretty sure that I read the book that gives me knowledge on the Fledders and stuff, but I'm fairly certain that knowledge of Alps was also in that book. And... okay, so we'll go to Murky Waters then. There we go. We'll grab some more ingredients just because. I do have them in the bestiary, yes. So we've got monsters. I do not yet. Oh wait, no. Because the bestiary is not alphabetized, I don't think. I mean, it kind of is, but Cockatrice is above Alghoul. Okay, irregardless, I do not see them here. So. Almost there. This old lady in Murky Waters. I wonder if that was the... there was a witch that was mentioned. Someone made mention of a witch. But I don't see any sort of... so that's Alina, Selina, village chief. Oh, Oh, that was that old lady that just appeared right in front of me in the village. Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about. I even commented on it. Because it was the same model as the lady that lived in Shawnee's house. So I was like, oh god, she's following me. Probably the same voice actress as well, which will be funny. Okay, in that case, we shall rest until daytime. And then we will make our way over to the village.
Can I help you?
Absolutely, you can.
May I help you?
Got any
I love how the man of the
Items.
house goes to sleep and she's awake all the time. Rain or shine, day or night. And we probably have some level up points as well. So, I'm curious, actually. Do you have a limited number of... because when I look at this, you know, I see like a tiered system, essentially. So, can I fully spec myself? Or do I have to choose? Obviously, you know, if you want to grind monsters for experience, I have the feeling, at least, that...
You bring trouble.
Oh?
Monster tales interest witches, yes?
True.
I'll share what I know of vampires. But first, have you something to eat?
I don't... ah, I have some bread.
Listen well. Beware Alps. Horrid vampires with pin-sharp teeth. Quiet as cats, they creep upon you, then snap go their teeth. They slink into houses, oft appearing as a black dog, and suck sleepers' blood. One fends off Alps with impassioned faith. Sunlight turns them to ash. Alps also flee at the sight of virgins, though difficult to find these days.
Interesting tale.
Some things never change, eh? Dear. Okay. I shouldn't have to wait until night, actually. So we can head straight to the fields, go for the crypt. We can get the Alp Teeth, and we can then accomplish that quest. So let's save our game. We have enough Devourer's Teeth as well. So we could probably just cash in boom boom with the village chief. And, because it's not nighttime, we'll have less encounters overall. It's possible to max out the game. You have to do all quests and do stuff like grinding scimitars. It's not really worth it since you get all the useful talents the normal way. That's kind of the feeling I get. I don't feel weak, ever, in this game. That's something interesting that I've realized. Every time that I fail, it's my fault. Every single time that I lose a fight, it's because I failed to prepare, I wasn't paying attention to the fight sufficiently, and I just, you know, I don't know, I was being lackadaisical. But it's never the result of me not having enough stats, or something like that, which is something that is really, honestly rewarding about this game, I would say. I'm really, really enjoying the fact that I am responsible for victory or loss. The Witcher 1's most... I really struggled with the Beast. Can even be skipped if you have if you level Ard early. Gotcha. The Beast, I beat the Beast because I had Blizzard. Okay, now we can just take a turn over this way. And yeah, crypt is over yonder. Yep. Just looking at the mini-map. Okay, I might have to pop another cat, which is kind of unfortunate. Alright. There you are. Whoa! That has not happened to me before. So that took most of my stamina away. Interesting. There we go. Okay, now I need 5. I need 5 Alp Teeth. Quite a few scimitar encounters in here as well. VPN, welcome in. I learned that The Maltese Falcon is not only a movie, but also a book, which makes sense in retrospect. But I thought that it was made for the big screen. Picked that book up and wow, it is snappy and super good. Got surprised that it was... The Maltese Falcon is I would say, one of my favorite Humphrey Bogart movies. I really, really enjoyed The Maltese Falcon. Lot of great stars in that movie, but Sam Spade, as a character, is really, really neat. Ooh, there we go. There's some more remains. Okay, now... That's an owl ghoul. Don't want owl ghouls, I want Alps. So, I'm curious, VPN. I have mentioned the Maltese Falcon in stream before. Was it due to me talking about it that you picked it up and got into it, or...? Oh, interesting. There we go. Lots of Algus in here, actually. I mean, they probably just keep on spawning, but just chanced it at my local friendly bookstore. I went, wait a minute, and snatched it right. So, do you prefer to the movie? I must confess, I have yet to actually read the book. I know of the book, but I've yet to actually read it yet. Oh, that was unfortunate. Oh, that's right, because I ran out of stamina. I don't know what you mean, though I should be in here more often to know that. Are you just mentioning that, if you're mentioning that you're not in the stream enough, think nothing of it, my friend. Think nothing of it. We're always glad to have you, but I always tell people never... Ah yes, the gremlins of the Lollipop Guild. Oh, that's right. Gurkane. Final level of the Fledder. There we go. I was actually thinking about this the other day, talking to Mrs. Books, you know, about how far the community and the channel has come. And, you know, how much work I've put into this. You know, when you're in it, you don't really realize. You kind of just accept that you're putting in the work, right? And you're enjoying, at least I am, enjoying in the moment. Oh, there we go. Don't need the dog tallow, I don't think. Sad that I'm not getting anything from the Gurkane. What are these guys? I don't know what those are. Okay, so the Gurkane, I must just not have loot I can grab. Can't wait to get to the part when he callously removes Archer's name from the agency. Ah, yes. Do you remember the Bridge Guys quest? And the cats? I do. I remember the Bridge Guys quest. That's why, like, I'm trying to get through the quests that I accumulated. Ah, yes, we have another Alp. Good. We have 2. Perfect. Just what the doctor ordered. Okay, we'll get Igni off before they can drain me. And that might be enough teeth. There we go. Those gnomes are the one from the oh, I see. Here, I need to go back and read my quest then. One sec. Okay, Alp contract, 5 Alp fangs. I might need 1 more. Let's see. Paths of Destiny, Lady of the Lake, once we talk to Berengar. Small problems. Should see a healer to ask how to deal with Griggs. Oh, right, those are the Griggs. Yes, okay. Yeah. I should see a healer and ask her how to deal with Griggs. Yorm, welcome in. I hope you're having a good day, my friend. Okay, so we'll have to find a healer. Let's see how many Alp fangs we have accumulated. So let's devour our teeth. Alp fangs, I need 1 more. Let's try and track him down. trying to remember where the healer is, though. That might be... I think that's where I got confused and I kind of gave up on it. Oh. When it's good, it's good. The combos, though. Okay, I need one more Alp. Let's see. Okay, so I visited over here and here. This is... Random fact, you can hold down the melee button to do a power attack once you have a style level up. Interesting. Interesting. I'm gonna try that. Because I think I do. I think I am leveled up enough. Okay, so these will be the Griggs. So let's see. Oh! Okay. Let's see. Okay, level it up. So it just took it down a little bit faster. Yeah, okay. Okay, that was nice. Yeah, okay. Strength was a little bit underwhelming, but fast. That was pretty nice. I did enjoy that. So it was going the wrong way. You never use. Yeah, like I think that this is something that's interesting to me. And this is true of everyone and every game, right? There's so much mechanically to a game, at least a deep game like an RPG, that there's mechanics that you can play for 10 years. You can play for a bloody decade, and you won't know that it's a part of the game. And that's not bad game design. That is down strictly to the player not even being inattentive, but perhaps being a little bit impetuous. Yorm, I'm doing okay. Quinn is still a little bit under the weather, and I've been treating this illness of hers for 4 years. So it's par for the course in that way, but it never gets easier to just deal with the side effects of the medication. She's on prednisone and a bunch of immunosuppressants and stuff, so she's very uncomfortable right now, and she has needs right now that cannot physiologically be met because of the side effects of her medication. So she'll be up at like 2 in the morning, just whining, just very, very uncomfy. And of course, like, I have ears. I have to at least accommodate that in the sense that I hear it and it wakes me up. So that has been a struggle, certainly.
Greetings again.
Greetings, Abigail. You found a new home.
I was welcomed with open arms. Their own healer died last winter.
Open arms,
If
indeed.
you like, I'll betray to you their greatest secret.
You haven't changed a bit.
I've developed a special ointment, drawing on the old healer's recipe. It makes their cow's coat shine. In truth, I have
Quinn is
changed.
9.
What
Quinn
brings
is
you
9.
here? For I cannot believe you missed me.
Did you post this notice?
About the Devourer's teeth? I need 10 for a love potion.
Here they are.
Here they are.
Thank you.
You must have heard your name. You're not getting treats. That's not what you're getting up here.
What do you want?
Harn the Mason sent me.
That good-for-nothing. He sealed my chimney, and ever since it's either cold as winter or foggy as fall in here. I wager work on the bridge isn't progressing.
Exactly.
Why would he need a witcher and witch?
At night, Griggs destroy the bridge Harn must then repair in daytime.
Unruly Griggs indeed. Doubtless he tried to avenge himself, and they've taken offense.
Any way to help them reconcile?
Recover their treasure.
Treasure.
Another tribe of Griggs inhabits the crypt in the fields. Evil sort. This tribe stole the greatest treasure of our Griggs, a cat harness.
Cat harness?
Indeed. Like humans ride horses, Griggs ride cats. Go to that crypt and recover the harness, then return to me.
Where is the harness?
In their chapel, which resembles a miniature sculpture of a saint, like the ones they place at crossroads.
How do you know this?
I could say I read it in some chicken entrails, but the truth is more trite. A certain Grig has fallen in love with me. He informs me of happenings in the area.
Are you kidding? No matter. Thanks.
That's what the love potion is for. She wants to enamor the Grig. Yeah, Yorm, I do sympathize with that. Communication via text is not always easy. And I think that if you're worried about coming across as insensitive to me, I wouldn't worry about that. I think that I am nuanced enough in my understanding of the English language to understand when harm is meant through word. Hello. But at the same time, those in chat, they, we might have some strangers lurking that are not a part of the community. And that might end up, causing some hullabaloo, as it were. So, I do sympathize with the stance. And I know Quinn's feeling a little bit better at least, because when she was feeling really bad, she wasn't asking to sit on my lap while I played games. So she's at least somewhat okay. I will sit a little more comfortably for you. How was that? There you are. So that at the very least is an indication of some positive momentum with her condition. As I said, she's had it for 4 years. It's a lifetime condition. Yeah, this is Quinn. Yeah, she's a corgi. She's my Pembroke Welsh corgi. Actually, fun fact for those of you that love dogs, there are actually 2 different kinds of corgi. There's the Pembroke Welsh corgi, which is a bit more of they're still a herding dog, but they're a bit more of a house dog. And then you have the Cardigan Welsh Corgi, which does not have the docked tail and has rounded ears and is a lot more stocky. And the Cardigan, people are often surprised when they see the Cardigan because their conceptualization of a Corgi is often the Pembroke. My first Corgi, Rascal, he was a Cardigan. And Quinn is my first Pembroke. Alright, so the Griggs are right here. So let's go take what is rightfully not ours. Oh, did I? I did! I bamboozled myself. I went to the wrong spot. Here's the correct spot. I think that I have... I might actually have it already. So I've got the Power Stone. Got a silk scarf. Red ribbon. So I'm looking for a cat harness. Ah, there we are. I have the harness. All right, let's get out of here. Let's get the hell out of Dodge. We'll just avoid the Alp. And there we are. Oh, okay, perfect. Well, in any case, I just want to give my best. Absolutely, Yorm, and thank you so much. Thank you so much for the well wishes. The love that we've been getting in, like, I posted when I had to cancel Monday's stream because of Quinn. I did mention it on Instagram and everything as well, and it's so heartwarming to see the community grow, not just on Twitch, not just on YouTube, but also on TikTok and Instagram and all of the places that I post. You know, it's kind of wild that I've grown the channel to this point. Like, obviously, I'm doing the work. Like, it's not like it's an accident and I'm, you know, this overnight success. Like, I'm working. But again, to take it back to the conversation we were having earlier in the stream, it's so hard to know that you are progressing when you're in it. So it's moments like this, it's moments like that impart that progress has been made, and makes me take stock. It makes me actually sit back and go, my god, like, something actually, I'm actually making something happen here with this channel. So, I will say this, Yorm. I don't think that's necessary. Your words are enough. I do find it interesting, and by the way, this is not a slight on you for making use of an AI in that way. But I would ask, and I do this of anyone who uses AI for any purpose. The way that the AI generates the things that we enjoy of it, I ask that everybody educate themselves on that, and that is where I will leave that. It's difficult to write music, and your writing lyrics is remarkable. Like, actually think about that for a second. You've written lyrics. You've written lyrics, and yeah. Oh, okay. So you can write music as well. Good. So I will say that anyone who makes music for the channel, using, you know, the sweat of their brow, it's always massively appreciated. It's always massively appreciated. But I will never ask people to go out of their way to do that. If it's something that you have in your heart, then, you know, fill your boots. I will not say no, but if it's something that, if it's something that will take time, that is better spent doing something else, then I do ask that you guys take the time for yourselves. Life is short, so, you know, this is important to say. The honor that I feel that you guys choose to spend your time here. All right, there you go, Quinn. The honor that I feel that you guys choose to spend any measure of time here. And even, you know, the offer that Yorm just made to write music. That is... I have to temper myself. It's easy to become emotional. It's humbling. It's really humbling. And I'm grateful for every second that I get to do this. Oh, no, that's all good, Yorm. That's all good. But even so, it is remarkable.
What do you want?
I have the Griggs treasure.
Now take the harness to the chapel of our Griggs. It stands just by the bridge, a small red santon. Return the following day to see if the Griggs accepted the gift.
How will I know they did?
In its place, they will leave you a gift of value, symbolizing friendship or joy. If Harn keeps this gift with him, the Griggs won't trouble him.
Take care.
Okay. Now, I think I would like a little bit more information.
What do you want?
I think it speaks volumes, too, that your tastes are expanding with all of these great games that you've been playing since the channel's inception. Yeah, like, the channel and you guys have... like... This is not a small thing, guys. You guys have affected me in a really positive way. I've broadened my horizons as a result of starting this stream and playing these games. There's, yeah, so many different people, so many different tastes, and it's just... I'm taking it all in. Like, one day, there's going to be a game that I play at the recommendation of a viewer, and I'm not going to enjoy it. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. But it's so, like, even in that, I think that it's going to be so fun just having that experience and having a laugh about it, right? Because whenever there's a problem with a game that you like, you know, we've been chatting about The Witcher and it's kind of like its boons and its flaws, and it's so fascinating and fun that we can acknowledge the good while having a laugh about the bad, because there are moments in this game that make you have a chuckle at, you know, the camp of it, or the poor execution, or whatever. It's all a part of... This is why game preservation is important. Everything about a game contributes to the experience. And I think that it's important that we are able to get at that, you know? Daily Slavic fact of the day. That was a miniature version of a Balvan, a Slavic pagan totem. Coincidentally, also the word for snowman. I love that. I love that there's little facts like that can be discerned from The Witcher. Mudveins, welcome in. Raiders, Traywin, Books with the Fur, welcome in. Welcome in. It's good to see you guys. Could I please get a shout out for our good friend Mudveins, fellow Canadian. And Traywin, thank you so much for the follow. It is much appreciated. Mud, how are you, my friend? How are you doing?
How can you kill a god What a grand and intoxicating it is.
Some Dark Souls 2. Some Dark Souls 2. All right.
Shame on you, sweet Nerevar. I'm a god.
So,
I'm a god.
okay, before I do my spiel, before I do my whole spiel, Mud, how are you enjoying Dark Souls 2? I'm assuming not a first-time playthrough. I'm almost certain not a first-time playthrough, but I would like to know how you're enjoying Scholar of the First Sin. Dark Souls 2 is, shall we say, the ugly duckling of the Souls franchise, so I'm always glad to see it getting some love, because at its core, it is a good game. It is a very good game. But, Raiders, welcome to the Game Library, where we give a voice to the voiceless games. My name is Martin. I'm a variety streamer with a channel that is focused on games history and the preservation of that history through experience. Lavender Strike, thank you so much for the follow. It is much appreciated. I hope that all of you enjoyed spending the time with Mud today. I do love whenever I have the itch for some Souls games, or even just a chill time hanging out with some Kingdom Hearts, or just Mud is just a very passionate gamer. Mud just really enjoys video games, and that is something. When you spend a lot of time in the content creation space, you do end up in some circles with people who are, shall we say, unhappy with the state of things, with the state of gaming, and what have you. And to that I say, screw those people. You should be surrounding yourself with people that, yeah, you know what, criticize games, they deserve it, but have fun. Like, enjoy games, right? Surround yourself with stuff that you enjoy. And there's so many people now that are going, you know, they're going back in time, and, you know, they're saying that, you know, they didn't have fun with Skyrim when it came out. You probably had fun with Skyrim when it came out. You know, I always hear, you know, I have 100 hours in this game and I hated it. It's like, why? Why do you have 100 hours in something you don't like? May I tell you that I did with another friend of mine what I did for another friend? Absolutely, Yorm. Absolutely. Yeah, of course. But Mud, I would, obviously, if you had to raid and run. Wait, whoa. Day 3 completed. I still have 56 hours, 20... Wait, I want to make sure I'm reading this correctly. 56 hours, 26 minutes, 30 seconds? What do those numbers mean, Mud? Are you playing Scholar of the First Sin for that long? Oh, no. Okay, so there's some sort of challenge run going on here right now. Oh, gotcha. I see. I was like, that is a commitment. Actually, yeah, if you're doing like 4-hour streams, I mean, that's still a commitment, but yeah, okay. So I was reading that wrong. Okay, we're going to get back into the game. I'm going to do a little bit longer today since Mud raided in. Normally I'd be ending right about now, but since Mud raided in, you're doing 12 hours each day. My longest stream has been 8. I did 8, and that was a lot. For me. But, to be fair, I did not have a comfy chair at the time. Now I have a much comfier chair, but I spent a lot of money on this damn thing, so it better be comfy. Mud is spoiled. I would say so. 12 hours. Frankly speaking, I wish I could spend that much time streaming. I do. It would be an honor getting to sink some serious hours diving into a game. So, speaking of which, ads will be dropping in about a minute. So we're going to actually, okay, I'm going to do a little bit longer. So I'm going to take a break. gonna grab myself a drink. I suggest that you guys do the same. Mud, raiders, if any of you have to raid and run, you've spent a lot of time streaming or watching a stream, so I do not begrudge you for needing some rest after such an endeavor. So please, going to bed, but yes, I appreciate the lurk, Mud. I appreciate the lurk. Much love, my friend. Guys, if you're not following Mud, please go hit that heart button and go check out Mud's channel, see if you vibe with the content, and then say hello from the game library for me. Okay, ads will be dropping in a few seconds. I'm gonna leave you with the clips. I will be right back. Really? All right.
It's good, Sigma.
Can you sing? Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to collect foreskin for Dagoth. Yeah, Vivek molagged his ball, so much so that it made history. They wrote a book about it. The entire sermon is a prolonged allegory about post-nut Claire. Now, excuse me while I enjoy my high tea. Tastes like aristocracy. Oh, no, I can't. I can't do it. Oh, wait. I love how that's how you're gay. What the fuck?
Suck on a glorious amount of all-American custard! Yeah, goddammit!
These fuck-ass Nords Nerevar, they're injecting the kids with skooma to change their natural Dunmer skin color. Are you telling me someone willingly slept with Amryn? That motherfucker has been trying to find his rusty iron sword since the Second Era.
Last words, a guy with a beautiful voice. He makes me melt. Ooh, ooh. Ooh, ooh. You're really gonna struggle getting down the mountain otherwise. So we're gonna help you, okay? Okay, are you ready?
Ooh, they knocked the wind out of my balls.
Well, okay, it's not a level 3 unrelenting force, so you wanna know the best part about the Hist? Their entire existence is a pun. They're arboreal appearing entities that exist outside of space-time. They see all the timeline, forward and backward. They're Hist trees. God damn it. You want more? You just saw your buddies get killed, man. Did he grabbed my arrow.
I've been looking for you. Got something I'm supposed to deliver. Your hands only.
Dagoth's drawing? All right, I'm scared. I think I'm going to die, but we're gonna see how this goes. All right, ran out of stamina and got kicked on the ground a whole bunch. I will burn this building down. I'm underslept. I have 3 hours of sleep. No coffee. The fuck? This is a trust cannon chat. Ah, I believe I could fucking die! Oh no!
Bye, bud.
In that case, Melly, I'm sorry.
The road is long and troubled, and we need
No, Melly, why are you doing this?
to gallop down the way with strength and fervor.
Melly!
His mate flowing in the wind. Severus climbs atop him. A new journey now begins. Yamate Cranberry, the greatest horse you'll ever see, galloping with speed and might. Now sing along with great delight. Yamate Cranberry, clippity, clumpity, clip. Yamate Cranberry leads us on this trip.
Oh, God. Oh, what have I done?
Like, ooh, yay! No. Oh, what the hell? We've slain all the werewolves in this area.
Come over here and kiss me on my hot mouth. I'm feeling romantical.
No, no, no. God damn you. Join the werewolf centipede. They touch tips. They touch tips. You do not have a good friendship in Dwarven kingdoms unless you touch tips. It's a cultural thing. Oh shit, oh shit. That is called thinking you have the upper hand and not actually having the upper hand. Look, man, if you would just wear some socks.
I'm wearing socks right now. I have one sock on and one sock off.
Fishnets.
What's wrong with that? It's still a sock. Shut up. It still counts. It's still socks. Still socks.
Welcome back from ads, everyone. Thank you so much for hanging out and accommodating the shenanigans. We are going a little bit extra today. So we're doing like an extra, I think I can give you guys like an extra half hour. I do have to be up at 4 in the morning, so I have to be careful to make sure that I'm getting enough sleep, but I think I can manage to do a little bit more gameplay. So we're going to finish this conversation with Abigail. We're going to turn in some of our quest items, and then we will be ending the stream. I will find you guys a place to hang out for the rest of the evening. All right, now. I think that... Game Freak, welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. Hope you're having an excellent day. How are you today? Let's ask her why she's not living in the village.
Witches live outside villages, as they always have. You must accept that.
Abigail, remember the cave?
No.
The past is past.
The
nothing more.
memories.
Take care.
All right. So I believe the village chief is who we turn the quest into. So let's go to the bridge first, and then we'll make our way back to the village chief. But yeah, Game Freak, I hope you're having a good day. I hope that the week has been good, and that you've been getting up to some good gaming. Oh man, I've been getting into Fatekeeper lately. It's a new... it was advertised as a Scrolls-like. It's not. It's not at all. It is like a new... Heroes of Might and Magic, if you guys are familiar with that franchise. The game Dark Messiah. It was one of the... Oh god, what was the engine? Source Engine. It was a Source Engine game. Really, really fun. Lots of environmental shenanigans to be had. And I'm having so much fun with that. Just like Dark Messiah, I'm having so much fun with that game. I love Dark Messiah. Yeah, I bought it early access. It's like $8. It's $8 Canadian. So that means if you're American or if you're European, it's less money. I'm paying $8 for it, and it's fantastic. It's genuinely such a good game.
Definitely should.
Yeah, I've been off stream. I've been sinking some time into that. Initially, I will say, because I thought it was a Scrolls game. But
a small chapel to some divinity who worships here.
There we go. So now we have to wait a little bit before coming back here to see if they respond kindly. They're going to, but we have to wait a little while. So let's go to the village, let's get a little bit of money for our quest, and then we'll rest and circle back. But I agree, Yaze, it is absolutely wild that it is so cheap. It is early access, but this might be an unpopular opinion, but I genuinely don't think early access is that much of a red flag. It used to be a major red flag, but we've been getting so many heaters coming out of early access that it's just... Like, I'm honestly not apprehensive in the same way that I used to be. Okay, so we do have the village chief's house. Is he home right now? Ah, there you are.
Beastie Beta?
A what?
I'm here about the notice.
Give me your
What do you
money.
have for me?
5 Alp teeth, as stated.
How vile! Here's the gold I promised. I'm getting old.
You know, this is something that I love about the Witcher universe, which is, it's very telling of just all society, which is, you know, we ask people to do filthy work, and then we look down on them for doing that work. You know, I'm a plumber. And we're kind of getting to a point now where the trades is a little bit more respected, but really, for the longest time, the one trade that was respected was electrician. Plumbing was considered dirty and gross, like, ugh, you're a plumber. And now there's a little bit of respect being put on it because everybody was being talked to like that, and then they stopped joining up. We're now running out of plumbers. For every, oh god, what was the last statistic I saw? I think it's for every 5 people leaving the trades, 2 are coming in. Okay, so there's the healer's hut. Let's go to the inn. We'll go to the inn, and then we'll rest for a bit, and then we'll make our way back. Because I think that I have to put a few in-game hours between me and doing that goal. But I think The Witcher is cool because it speaks to that. I'm not fighting you right now. I have no time for you. But I think it speaks to that kind of revulsion with, like, monsters are revolting and witchers become monsters to slay monsters. So society ostracizes them. But society needs them. You know, most people have never seen A Witcher 2. Gotta wonder what they think now that the stories are actually true. You know, playing this game is interesting in that sense because there are certain people, normally children, who are enamored with the stories of The Witcher. They're actually... They want to be one, almost. You see that with the character of Alvin within the game. But then you have the kind of the aged members of society who have perhaps seen enough of life to know how their parents treated witchers. There's kind of a learned societal temperament. Okay, I need to talk to you.
Can I help you?
Yes, you can.
May I help you?
Got any rooms?
5 orens.
I will pay the 5 orens. I will waste the money. And it is a waste of money, because I could just camp out at a campfire. But I do have to level up a bit. Okay, I think leveling up Quen would not be a bad idea. However, strength and dexterity would be nice. Yeah, you know what? To me, early access is a kind of way of supporting the development of whatever game is in question. A bit of a Patreon-ish fashion, and it always requires some caution if you believe you'll get more than what is already done by the point you buy the early... Exactly. I think that the thing with early access is it is only a red flag if you do not educate yourself. If you are going to the effort of educating yourself, then early access is fine. There's no issues with it. In fact, Kickstarter campaigns have shown us some of the best games that we've gotten in the last decade. Pillars of Eternity. hello? So I do think that it's important to temper expectation, but also to celebrate when the good game goes into early access, and like Jerkops just said, make sure that you are tempering your expectations. I've been saving money for a new 3DS, and I was able to order it today. Now I am saving up for a new 3DS capture card and sending it out to a trusted viewer and buddy of mine who lives in California to help install it for me. But I'm doing great. That is, I've been thinking about doing that as well. I assume you're getting the XL. Most people tend to get the XL. So I assume that's what you're doing. Many people have been asking me to do some kind of DS games and stuff like that. So I am interested in getting a DS capture card kind of situation going on. I think as the channel grows and we try to talk about more games in need of preservation, the DS is going to come up, Nintendo is going to come up, because Nintendo has a lot of abandonware. Like, a lot. So Nintendo is inevitably going to come up in these conversations. So I think I am going to have to put my money where my mouth is to some extent and spread the word about these games. Not to mention, as far as Witchers go, Geralt is the most wicked example, since he's a walking corpse in compare. Yeah. Well, and he's also, like, almost the most grotesque example possible. Like, he's very scary looking, frankly. Given how the Witchers recruit new Witchers, I'm not surprised that a lot of people are wary of them. Combine that with a level of information that people would have in a medieval era, or medieval-inspired society, where the information can very easily get distorted. Yep, absolutely. 100%. Okay, I think that I am going to invest in... I might even do some sword forms, like steel. Yeah, we should invest a little bit into some of the steel forms. I think fast steel is a good idea. And then we do have some bronze points. And I haven't used... Oh yeah. Definitely need to invest in some steel forms. Was from Japan, which was cheaper than US consoles. Interesting. Are they region locked like NA stuff? Or, sorry, like previous Japanese stuff as well? Boom. Alright, let's go.
Oh!
Because I would imagine that all the UI is going to be Japanese, which, I mean, if that's okay for you, but I personally would like to get an NA example of a 3DS XL. My current 3DS, I have... See, let's get it to catch the light so you can actually, so it doesn't look black. So I've got the, I forget what it's called, it's purple. This is really not showing very nicely, actually, in my lighting. So yeah, it's purple. And it's more or less a, like, this is my DS Lite. I do not have an original DS. That's another one I would like to get. And I think I'm gonna get a couple different, like, trims of each of these. But it's the same frame, guys. Like, like, there's no differences here. Other than screen size. But even then. But I would like to get a 3DS XL. I would like to get a 2DS. like, I'm a collector is fundamentally what I'm saying here. I would like to get those, but then I would also like to get, like, some of the different color codes for the 3DS and the DS Lite and the original DS and stuff. Region-free or possibly homebrewed. Interesting. Just call the 3DS and you have the color nobody wanted. Yeah, I do. Yeah, most people, when they get a DS, when they get anything, actually, it's very common that people get black and silver and red and blue, but very few people get, like, turquoise and purple. You know, the people who get those colors, it's going to be the people who want something very specific. And purple is my favorite color, so I'm absolutely fine with purple anything. My favorite color for, like, muscle cars is plum crazy purple. It's a Mopar color. Purple equals God tier. Exactly. Exactly. So I was supposed to get something from these little guys. It might be a few days. Small problems. I must give a 4-leaf clover to the mason. Okay, so... Ah, there it is.
Oh.
Mason Hearn.
Sir?
I made a deal with the Griggs.
I made a deal with the Griggs.
I'm impressed.
They won't bother you while you wear this 4-leaf clover.
Perhaps I can finish the bridge before the first snowfall. Your reward.
I could use your son's help. I prefer gold. Explain my choices again. The book about specters. I'll take that.
The book about specters.
Tell no one where you got it. The hermit will get irate if he learns I borrowed it.
Thank you.
Okay, now let's see the book. Spectres, Wraiths, and the Damned. So we now have bestiary entries. Perfection. I'll show off the 3DS I got once it arrives, but it's coming straight from Japan, so it will be shipped by June 18th. Yeah, so it's going to take some time to get to you, for sure. Okay, so I'm being attacked right now, but let's get out of here. And then I'm going to go over to the plains area. I will save my game, and then we should probably be able to finish out the quest line with Alina as well. I think we've actually been making some very good progress today. Normally I'm yapping a lot more than this. Or rather, yapping and not doing much. I've been yapping today. I've just been yapping and moving. So, okay, question for you guys. Since I evoked the color choices for certain consoles, if you guys have a choice, now this is PlayStation, Xbox, anything. If you guys get a choice, and it's like if you get decent choices for the color of your consoles, what do you normally go with? Or even your PC? What colors do you normally how do you customize your stuff? Now, for me, more so than a color, my favorite color is purple, aubergine in particular, but I really like wood tones. I really like wood grain on everything that I own, frankly speaking. So most of my possessions, like my computer case, it's a Fractal Design North mesh side. And that's got like wood grain on the front. So most of my possessions, if I get a choice and there's a wood grain option, I go with the wood grain option. Like if I got a GameCube, if I got the Steam machine, I would get one of those wood panel covers. Just immediate. I would do that. Oh, Squish has the... That is awesome. It is such a beautiful case. I really do love it. I adore it. Okay. Let's head over to the Raspberry Patch. I like my consoles and PC cases black, but if I had a PlayStation, I'd prefer it to be gray. PS1 in any other color than gray looks wrong. I agree. I really like that PlayStation, I think it was PS5 that did this. I think they did it for every gen, though. All of them have like a throwback to the initial PS1, and that color code on PlayStation is, I love it.
Follow the noon wraith. Come with me.
Alina, gaze in the mirror.
Alina?
Take a good look.
It's...
So romantic.
I am Alina. I must hurry. I am to marry soon.
Alina, you're dead.
Why do you say so? I feel wonderful, if a trifle cold.
Strange. It's hot as hell.
I must gather raspberries for my beloved.
Interesting. So why didn't she...
Why did Alina's soul refuse to leave? I can sense her happiness now that she's thinking about the wedding.
Alagorn, welcome in. We have some dialogue going, so I am paying attention to the game. I'm not ignoring you.
I heard a story of a moon wraith who wouldn't wed a Nilfgaardian. I don't remember how it ended.
Allegedly, you say. Maybe I should ask those who know folk wisdom. I promised you a life for his beloved.
Girl, do you love someone?
I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god.
We'll wait to do the dialogue.
Kill a god. Shame on you, sweet Nerevar. I'm a god.
Welcome in.
I'm a god.
Halagorn, Raiders, welcome to the game library, where we give a voice to the voiceless games. My name is Martin. I'm a variety streamer, for those of you who do not know me, and I have a channel that focuses on video games history and the preservation of that history through experience. Today we're playing some of The Witcher 1. It is definitely a long... Yes, we do love the Dagoth wave here. I am thinking of taking that audio and just making it a little bit shorter, because yeah, it does. I think it's 40 seconds, which is a little bit long in the tooth. I think I would rather like 10, maybe 20. But we do love the Dagoth wave here. We do love it. And that also would make it different than the Sound Redeem, which would also be really good. But I see that you were playing some Final Fantasy. As in the original Final Fantasy? If so, how are you liking it? I'm not much of a Final Fantasy fan, I guess. I haven't really played any of the games, so it is the original. How are you enjoying it? My brother really, really likes Final Fantasy. He has it on his PlayStation 4, and he plays the absolute crap out of it with my dad. He really, really enjoys it. My brother, for those of you who don't know, has autism, and whenever he loves a game, he absolutely... I don't know of anyone who loves video games more than him. When he likes a game, it is his sole purpose to sell me on the game. So I always hear a lot about Final Fantasy and how he thinks it's absolutely amazing, great story, great, well, gameplay is good, he says, but the random encounters, he says sometimes they can get a little bit grating, but he says, especially with my patience for retro titles, he says I should absolutely play the games, and I do plan to eventually get to it. I'm slowly building up. As you can see, I've got quite a few retro consoles behind me, so I'm slowly building up my Sony library. I don't have a lot of Sony stuff. It's mostly, frankly speaking, for the longest time, I was a Microsoft guy. I was a Microsoft guy for a really long time. So I'm getting there. Give me time. Give me time. But we are going to jump back into the game. I need to finish this dialogue, and then Halagorn, I do apologize, but you have rated in as I am going to be ending soon. I'm already going a little bit long in the tooth with the stream because Mud rated in, but I have to be up at 4 in the morning, so I do have to draw lines somewhere. So we're gonna finish this dialogue, and then we're gonna be wrapping it up. But my friends, give that heart button over Halagorn's name a click. Go check out Halagorn. See if you vibe with the channel, and if so, say hello. And say hi from the game library for me. Alright, now.
Me? I don't know.
That's sad. You should fall in love.
Okay. So, we have not managed to get Alina to leave this mortal coil. That is interesting. This quest has become a lot deeper than I thought it would be. But that'll be for another day. Alright, we have the game saved. Just gonna exit the game so I can get my mouse back. There we go. This is one I need to try and complete. I've started it twice, but never got past the opening area. Halagorn, you absolutely need to play this game. It is not only one of my favorite games that the community has recommended, but it's honestly becoming one of my favorite franchises. I'm gobbling this game up. I'm having genuinely such a good time with this game. So much so that eventually, games that I love always get a physical representation in my space. So I love Pokemon, I love Kirby, I love the Elder Scrolls, obviously. I really, really love the Elder Scrolls. Resident Evil, I need to figure out how I would like it represented in my background here. I'm not sure yet. I think I might do like an umbrella something in and around here. But I saw on Etsy, there's a 3D printed Witcher wolf's head that has a battery powered, and it lights up, the eyes light up. But I'm also reading the lore that's coming from the games. The Griffin School sounds like something I would really like, so I'm thinking about maybe getting a Griffin medallion, something a little bit less overt, so that I can, I don't know, hang it up in between the maps or something like that. But with that said, my friends, thank you so much for an absolutely excellent stream. Thank you so much for spending your time with me here this evening. Special thanks to Halagorn, Mudveins, and Audibel PT for raiding in and trusting their communities here with us for the evening. My friends on YouTube, thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you so much for contributing to all the stream shenanigans we've been having today. It is always a pleasure to have you guys contributing to the conversation and the ambiance that we have here. But unfortunately, you cannot come with us as I take our friends here on Twitch out on a raid. So this will be the end of the stream for you. Thank you so much for watching. All right, now let us see who is on so we can share some of this dang raid love we've been getting. Let's see. So we've got Orfeo playing some Skyrim. I haven't raided Orfeo in a while. We have... Oh, we have... okay. So we have Shadow Revan Knight playing The Witcher 3, and it is one of his favorite games. So, we're going to raid into Shadow Revan Knight. Great dude, great streamer, fellow Hound of Lore, which is the stream team that I had been asked to join by the Calm Fury, also an excellent streamer. So, my friends, I'd be very happy if you would join us on the raid. First message is for those of you who have subscribed and have access to all of our lovely community emotes. Second is for those of you who have followed. You will also be seeing a link to the Beacons page, which can take you to all of my socials, my merch page, all the shenanigans. If you like my logo, want some swag, you can always head over to the fourth wall if you want. Okay. With that said, my friends, it has been the pleasure of a lifetime getting to stream to you all again this evening. I will be back again on Friday for some more Baldur's Gate, the Enhanced Edition. But until then, I ask that you be well, and I will see you on the next one.
Oops, I think I spelled it wrong.